Elden Ring was a fun game, though. Elden Ring was cool. I'm not shitting on the game. I enjoyed it. Remember the D skip, soy skip? Yeah, Jesus.
Buttian.
Cyberpunk and The Witcher clear all other games, I'm afraid. Bro, ever since my mushroom shit, I have a really hard time playing stuff that's like mind fucky. It freaks me out a little bit. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it at all. I get like weird death anxiety. Maybe Dr. K can talk me through that.
You've been fed.
After searching for a bit, I've included some possible
leave me alone.
Publish. Rip the dream. Rip. What the fuck is this? Oh, hold on. Got him.
Be my
Leftists are
bad.
bad people, and we should appeal to centrists instead. I mean, like, this is everybody's political strategy. The only issue is when you say centrist, it really depends on what you're talking about. Like, real life moderates and independents exist, but on the internet, people that are centrists are like 98% just conservatives in all but name. We ever did a deep dive into the Epstein victims? The organization allegedly trafficked thousands of children, and I mean children, girls and boys under the age of 16. I have not yet. Wait, is that uncivil law guy here? Did he ever hop into the disagreement room on Discord or anything? Did you see the Bamboo Unreal demo? No. You played Dragons, Dogma, Dark Risen? No. Do you don't like open world period or more how vast and empty it can be? I feel like Nier Automata did. It's somewhat open world nice, not too big nor small. I think that different eras of gaming just lent itself to kind of like different things. And I think depending on what you're looking for in a game, you just get different things out of it. Or you're looking for different things. All of these statements are very vague. Maybe because my chief form of media consumption growing up was anime and JRPGs. My draw to early RPGs was I really liked strong, character-driven stories. And for most RPGs, that was kind of the formula. You had your main character, you had a cast of side characters, and you would explore to some depth like the side characters in the course of the game. And then there'd be one linear story that you follow that would progress like the character arcs of everybody involved.
Like,
that was like the standard
I grew up
formula
in
for
Atlanta by Lake
Fantasy
Linear.
Stars, the Shining Forces.
But the word is linear, Brody.
Final Fantasies, obviously. Even the GTAs, kind of. GTA 3 and onwards. I don't think in GTA 2. I don't remember if you had a strong character. I don't think so. But the only reason I don't like the only thing I don't like about open world is the worlds end up feeling like very dead, or I'm not much of a crier, but I can understand. I feel like there are no. Here's what I would say. I feel like there aren't very many epic moments in open world games because you don't have much buy-in to any of the characters. That's what I feel. Like, what are your big character buy-ins in any of like the Fallout games, or any of like Skyrim? People will say Witcher 3, but I think Witcher 3 is probably one of the best open world games that I've ever played. So the Witcher 3 gets a pass because they do open world really well. Also, I haven't played it, but Red Dead Redemption 2 is also supposed to be really, really, really well done. So I would say that escapes my criticism as well. Red Dead 2 and The Witcher 3. Final Fantasy 16 is open world and has great moments. You don't play anything. Yeah, I mean, I tried to believe that, but the same people that say FF16 is really good also said 15 was good, and I hated 15. 15 was so... I don't know. I also don't know if I'm booming really hard and I might be booming really hard, and I admit that. Okay, I might be booming hard. Okay, but I realized this when I rewatched Steins Gate. I think sometimes I appreciate, maybe this is why I like superhero movies. Sometimes I appreciate very clear, transparent arcs. Like for Steins Gate, having like a simple like romance arc in an anime or something. I was like, oh, this is actually really nice. I like this. It's cute. He's the guy who's trying to protect the girl he loves and blah blah blah, and that's cute. Rather than like every story has to be the fate of the universe is like tied into the microcosms of the microarchitecture of the new chips and the mind-fuckity reality of like the 42 different dimensions of blah blah. I was like, I can deal with something just like a little bit simpler that is a little bit more tied to things that I can understand. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like everything tries to be so complicated and crazy and multiverse and yeah, I don't know.
Just a taste.
So I feel like it might be that's literally FF16. Like in Final Fantasy 15. Man, why do I feel like I have no memory of even playing this game? I'm pretty sure I bought a PS4 to play this game. In Final Fantasy 15, don't you have a wife? I think you travel to meet her, and then does she die in like 5 minutes? Am I remembering this wrong? Did that happen? That you have a wife that you're gonna go meet, and then she dies in like 5 minutes, and then you go through the rest. It's like, what the fuck was even the point of that? Think you love Baldur's Gate 3? Maybe. But again, the open world thing, I'm not as big of a fan. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of like Divinity Sin. It was good for what it was. That's just not my type of game, I should say.
Sweet revenge. I need more hatred.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh, cool.
It was my birthday.
It was what?
It was my birthday yesterday.
Wow, how old are you?
I am 43 now.
Yikes, I'm 35. I'm in a whole different world than you, old man.
What they say.
Did you do anything fun for your birthday?
I went to the gym and worked out.
Well, hey, good for you.
Yeah.
Well, what did you want to chat about?
Yeah, I just had heard that you were interested in talking with more right-leaning lawyers about Trump-related issues, and I love talking about all legal issues, so anytime you want to talk about anything legal, I'm happy to talk about. So I don't really know what your position is on particular things. I could sort of state my position on all things Trump up front if you like, or we can go about any way you want.
Yeah. Hold on. I clicked to look at your YouTube channel again. I see a picture of you, and now I have an image of a ride. Just came from Louisiana. Okay, so I'm feeling the conservative vibes. No, I'm just kidding.
Fair enough.
Let me prepare my mind. Okay, here's actually a real quick question. Okay.
Sure.
What is your legal background?
I've been a lawyer for 16 years. Graduated from the University of Akron. My background was in intellectual property law, patent law, computer databases, and search engines. I have a computer science degree. And I left about a year and a half ago to pursue full-time YouTube because I was bored and tired.
Okay, cool. All right. Where to start? Oh man. For Trump-related stuff. What was how did you find my stuff? I guess. What was like, did somebody link you a clip of me saying I wanted to talk to people? Did you see a tweet of mine, or?
I forget exactly how it came about. I think someone had messaged me in my own Discord saying that you had indicated that you were looking for people, and I noted that you had interviews with Nick Ricada and Good Logic, Joe Neerman, and so I thought maybe I could offer some different insights on the issues.
Okay. Yeah, well, fuck it. I guess I'm curious. See if we can cover new ground. I'm curious. On the January 6th stuff.
Sure.
I'm of the impression that that was an attempted, I'm using these terms like colloquially, so I don't know if I make the legal charge, but that for all intents and purposes, this was an attempted coup / insurrection / whatever you want to call it there, an attempted subversion of the peaceful transfer of power, and that this is like maybe like a 2-month scheme, at least, that was kind of propagated by Trump and his team. Do you agree, disagree? Do you want to go deeper into that, or?
Well, I generally disagree. I do think there were some people who were coordinated and planned. Some of the Proud Boys, for example. So there definitely was some evidence of some level of coordination by some people. But I think the Colorado Supreme Court did a reasonably good job at delineating the difference between a riot and insurrection in paragraph 183 of their opinion when they were discussing the issue, citing a treatise on the issue from Westlaw, where they said insurrection is distinguished from a riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact
Real
that
quick.
in an insurrection, yes,
What can I Google real quick to bring up that Colorado opinion? I haven't read this. I'm assuming this is the one where they voted to kick him off the ballot 4-3 or whatever.
yeah, this is the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. It's case number 2023 CO 63. It's a 213-page PDF. I can send it to you if you like.
I got it. Okay. And then what page on the document?
Sure. So it's, I believe, it's a paragraph 193.
Oh, okay. Let me find that.
Still waiting.
One 192 on page 103.
Gotcha. Okay. Is this the I don't know how the state Supreme Court's format this stuff. Am I reading? Is this like part of the majority opinion or the dissent?
Yes.
Or this is the majority.
This
Okay.
is the majority opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I read these 2 pages? Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Okay, I'm going to start with the engaged, and I'll just read out loud. We're all listening. Dictionaries, historical evidence, and case law all shed light on the meaning of engaged in, as that phrase is used in Section 3. Noah Webster's dictionary from 1860 defined engage as to embark in an affair. I think this is the first time I've seen the dictionary cited in a legal argument. It's kind of funny, but okay. Not to say it hasn't before, I just haven't seen that in any of the Supreme Court opinions. But Noah Webster, an American dictionary, the English language 696. Similarly, Webster's. Blah, blah, I don't care about this. Attorney General Stanbury's opinion on the meaning of engage, which he issued at the time of the 14th Amendment, was being debated, are in accord with these historical and modern definitions. Attorney General Stanbury opined that a person may engage in insurrection or rebellion without having actually levied war or taken arms. Stanbury, blah, blah, blah. Thus, in Attorney General Stanbury's view, when individuals acting in their official capacity act in the furtherance of the common unlawful purpose, or do any overt act for the purpose of promoting the rebellion, they have engaged in insurrection or rebellion for Section 3 disqualification purposes. Accordingly, disloyal sentiments, opinions, or sympathies would not disqualify, but when a person has, by speech or by writing, incited others to engage in rebellion, he must come under the disqualification. Turning to case law, construing the meaning of engaged in for purposes of Section 3, although we have found little precedent directly on point, cases concerning treason that had been decided by the time the 14th Amendment was ratified provide some insight into how the drafters of the 14th Amendment would have understood the term engaged in. For example, in Ex parte Bowman 8 U.S. 75 Chief Justice Marshall explained that if a body of men be actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable purpose, all those who perform any part, however minute, or however remote from the scene of action, or who are actually leagued in the general conspiracy, are to be considered as traitors. In other words, an individual need not directly participate in the overt act of levying war or insurrection for the law to hold him accountable as if he had. Do I need to read further from here, or do you think that's sufficient?
That's good. And now if I could direct your attention back to page 98 and starting at paragraph 182.
Gotcha.
And
I'll go
read 182 and 183, and then we can discuss from there.
Gotcha. I'll go back to there just for the. I feel like for this definition of engaged in, though, I feel like Trump, his cronies, and I think a lot of the, or at least the people that were in the Capitol on Jan 6th, I feel like they would fall under qualification from this. I'll go back and read the other thing, and then we can discuss this. You said 182?
Yeah, 182 and 183.
Okay.
On page 98 and 99.
Got it. So we've got, prior to this, the definitions of insurrection. In light of these and other proffered definitions, the district court concluded that an insurrection as used in Section 3 is 1, a public use of force or threat of force, 2, by a group of people, 3, to hinder or prevent execution of the Constitution of the United States. Finally, we note that at oral argument, President Trump's counsel, while not providing a specific definition, argued that an insurrection is more than a riot, but less than a rebellion. We agree that an insurrection falls along a spectrum of related conduct. See, this thing, insurrection against the government may or may not culminate in an organized rebellion, but a civil war always begins by insurrection against the lawful authority of the government. Although treason by levying war in a case of civil war may involve insurrection or rebellion, and they are usually its first stages, they do not necessarily reach to the actual levying of war. Insurrection is distinguished from rout, riot, and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact that in insurrection, there is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operations of government, while crimes growing out of mob violence, however serious they may be, and however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society.
Yeah.
And then,
So
but we part company with him when he goes one step further. No authority supports the position taken by President Trump's counsel at oral argument that insurrectionary conduct must involve a particular length of time or geographic location. Okay.
Right. So I think that these sections are helpful because they're trying to delineate different levels of evil, which is always helpful. If you want to think about it by comparison, just because someone kills another person doesn't necessarily tell you what kind of category of evil it's in, right? We delineate between like first, second, third degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and things like that. So we need to properly delineate where on the levels we're at, and I think that these sections in 182 and 183 are helping to do that, because as it says in 183, they say President Trump's counsel is arguing that there's a difference between a riot and insurrection or rebellion in various degrees of bad. So we have riot, then an insurrection, then a rebellion, and then in 183 they cite this treatise from Westlaw, Insurrection, where they note the paragraph that I was reading earlier, that's distinguished from a riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact in an insurrection there's organized and armed uprising, whereas crimes growing out of a mob, however serious they are and however numerous they are simply unlawful acts and disturbance of the peace. So for my money, January 6th as a categorical is the wrong word, as an overall arcing concept falls in the category of a riot, and I've called it a riot since it first happened on my channel. I've done like 52 different cases where I've looked at individual cases and reviewed their criminal complaints, and for the most part found the government's case to be satisfied. But what seems to have happened, it just doesn't seem organized and armed in any sort of sense that I can understand. As the Colorado Supreme Court would say, some people understood it as a literal call to arms, a declaration of war, but the only gun I'm aware of that any of the protesters brought to January 6th was one guy who was a DEA agent who had a gun on him. I'm unaware of anyone else who had firearms on them or otherwise was prepared to engage in an overthrow of a government using the kinds of arms you would typically associate with such an effort. It was much more in the spirit of an impromptu conflagration of disruption that involved a lot of people and a lot of
we can do that.
disruption, but it was not globally organized, and certainly was not globally armed. People were just not armed. They weren't bringing the kinds of things you would think. So for my money, it falls much more into the mob than an insurrection. That's my view.
Okay. Let's start with a couple points. So here's the first thing I think we can move off of. I don't think the armed thing is important. I don't think you think the armed thing is important either. Do you think it is, or do you want to talk about this point?
Well, I think if you're talking about where they talk about in the definition in 183, where they say an act of where you're trying to an act that threatens the stability of the government, you would really think that people are going to bring weapons to effectuate those means. I'm not aware of a lot of acts of rebellion in history that are attempting to overthrow the government where people are not adequately armed to accomplish that task. So I think armed is kind of important, yes.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say that I knew that there was a state legislature assembly happening, or there was a session and I didn't want them to vote on something, or I wanted to prevent the new governor from, I don't even know how governor coronations work. Okay? Let's say I'm trying to prevent this. If I brought 5,000 friends, I got a lot of friends, okay? Big streamer. And we all go there and we just, we don't bring weapons, but we're just going to go beat the shit out of everybody. And we're going to try to do what we can to overthrow the state house and take it over and prevent, the new governor from coming in. Would you say that, well, I know it meets every single like definition of insurrection, but they didn't actually have guns, so it doesn't count. Would we really make that argument here, or?
I suppose if you could, I think I appreciate your point, and if you could show that the 5,000 people were all part of a collective organization that were engaged in collection action for that purpose, then I think you'd be a lot closer to something like that. But I also
okay.
want to but on the flip side of the equation, I also want to distinguish acts that have been committed by perhaps more left-leaning people. For one example, they've disrupted committee hearings on Congress, or they've gone into the Capitol building to disrupt processes, or attempted to disrupt the confirmation hearing of Supreme Court justices, or otherwise engaged in unlawful behavior. I don't want to merge all those actions into an insurrection either. So I want to be even-handed about it in my application.
Sure, that's fine. And I think being even-handed is good. And I think if there's a particular case you want to talk about, I think those are all super fair to bring up. I'm just refocusing then on the part for the guns part. I feel like the gun part is the least interesting and least important part of the insurrection thing. I think that when we talk about insurrection, because it sounds like you agree with me that if I brought a bunch of friends, our goal was to, obstruct some government process, we're going to beat the shit out of everybody, and we were able to do it, I don't think anybody would look at that and go, well, they didn't bring guns, so, like, was it really? Much the same that if I showed up with, like, two guys, we both had guns, and we were just mad. We just went, like, a shooting spree, in a state capitol building, but we didn't even know there was, like, a vote that day. We wouldn't say, like, oh, well, that was closer to an insurrection because they had guns, right? I just don't think like the gun part. I think when we say guns or armed, I think what we're really using this for is like a proxy for an adequate amount of violence to effect some insurrectionist end. I think that's kind of what we're talking about, right?
Dude,
so you think like Chip, I agree with you. Typically,
so
probably
annoying how he just says
effect.
effect.
I don't think it's like a necessary
Effect. I want you to know that I know that this word starts with an E, not an A, because they're homophones,
Effectuate the disruption being the more important thing, rather than it being a spontaneous commemoration of people. So, a soccer riot is spontaneous. It can be quite disruptive, but it's not intentional. So the intentionality and purpose of it becomes the defining element. I think that's workable.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Because I'm sure we can imagine attempted insurrections with no firearms. I'm sure we can imagine state courthouse or federal courthouse violence with firearms that aren't an insurrection. I just don't know if that's like a key distinguishing element. Okay.
I wasn't really happy when they were breaking into that federal courthouse during that summer when there was all those protests and mostly peaceful protests. There was one where they were attacking a courthouse and breaking in and causing disruption to a governmental building, so I wasn't happy with that, but I also wouldn't call that insurrection for the same reason. It's just a bunch of angry people who are just being jackasses.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that might be the case. Again, we can look at any particular case and try to decide. So, if we look at the intention of the people going to the courthouse, or I should say the Capitol building, what is the goal when a bunch of people are marching down there, sent by Donald Trump, saying we have to fight to take back the government because it's being stolen from you, all chanting 1776, which refers to a famous rebellion against the British monarch? Yeah. What is like the goal of that protest?
So this is where I don't know that there is a particular goal that can be defined. There is a quote in this opinion where a professor attempts to suggest that Trump's calls to violence are to be understood literally, even as other politicians who use terms like fight are not to be understood literally. And I find that to be a slightly disingenuous. It's like it's only literal when Trump does it is a little bit unnerving. I want to look at it in a even application. So for the same reason, I wouldn't say, when Hillary Clinton says we need to fight, or anyone else says fight, I wouldn't say that's a call to insurrection.
There's
For the
no
same reason,
escapes.
I just find it to be typical political vociferous language that isn't to be understood literally. People initially came, at least in large part, to attend the rally at the Ellipse. I don't think that, although I could be mistaken, I don't think that people who came to the Ellipse were aware that there was going to be a march to the Capitol. That seemed to be kind of a spontaneous thing to have their voices heard. So I don't think the vast majority of them went down with any particular intent to commit crimes, and I don't even think the vast majority of them who went down did commit crimes. To the best of my knowledge, the FBI identified something on the order of 1,200 people who committed offenses, but there were significantly more people at the Capitol than that. So again, it seems more of a mob-based thing that some people chose to go in rather than the intent of the crowd at large.
Okay, that might have been the case, but then again, I'm going to ask once more, and we can talk about the different. Well, actually, I'm trying to think of what. Well, here before we get it, I'm going to get into this like different people using fight differently. Okay, but
sure.
What do we think we're protesting when we're marching to the Capitol after Donald Trump's speech? Like, what do you think was the protest for? What are we protesting?
What then?
Well, I think generally speaking,
Kitty cuddle ruiner.
we're protesting the legitimacy of the election, which also is not necessarily invalid in some way. Although we didn't, of course, see that in D.C. as much, in the result of Donald Trump's election, there were significant protests in multiple cities protesting the legitimacy of the Trump election, and people saying it was illegitimate, and to some degree continue to say it was illegitimate during his entire presidency. So I think people saying that we do not believe this presidency to be a legitimate presidency is neither unprecedented nor unusual.
Okay. I can work with that. I think that's okay. That they're protesting the legitimacy of the election when they go to the Capitol in the protest. Yeah?
Yes.
When we look at the outcome of what happened from all the protests, we can see that there was violence, right?
Sure.
Even if there wasn't that much, there was some violence. With like 2 people getting killed on the spot. I think a few other had heart attacks or meth overdose or something. But
I believe it was only the one who got killed on the spot. I believe the officer who had a heart attack, it was determined it was not caused by the incident.
Well, I wasn't thinking the officer. I was thinking Babbitt, and there was another lady outside. So there was violence.
I'm unaware of the other lady, so I'll take a look for it.
Need more time.
There was violence. There were 2 people killed. We agree that there was like violent trespassing or breaking and entering or whatever.
Sure. Not ready yet.
And then the certification of the election was delayed by like 6 hours or something.
Yeah, a couple hours. I'm not sure exactly, but something on that order. Yes.
Okay.
You won't survive that.
So I guess here's like my question. I feel like from what we've agreed to, I think that these are all
Need more time.
necessary, and I think equally sufficient
Not
to
enough hatred.
define an insurrection. So we agree that initially a bunch of people went down. You don't need a ton of weapons to commit an insurrection.
Still waiting.
With sufficient violence to protect some outcome or goal. The intent is to protest the legitimacy of the election. And the outcome was the delaying of the goal was the canceling, was the delaying of the certification of the vote to prevent the Don't we have like every necessary thing here for this to be, like by definition, an insurrection?
I would disagree on the intent. I agree there's intent to protest, but I don't think the protesting in and of itself is illegal.
I agree that protesting in and of itself isn't illegal, but if you're
I don't think there's intent. There's not intent to by the crowd from the start. There's not intent from the crowd at the start that I can see that's readily apparent to effectuate violence. I think it's more of an organic thing that arose rather than what they designed to do as they were heading down that direction.
Yeah, but what was the goal of going down to protest when you're protesting the legitimacy of the election in 1776? And you think that the election wasn't illegitimate? Like, what are you going down there besides to try to prevent the election?
Well, again, and I know that some people think this is whataboutism, but I'm just trying to apply an even standard. I want it to be the same across the board. So I want it to be fair. So in the same ways that when people were protesting the election of Donald Trump and went down to D.C. to protest and to some degree, and there were protests in other major cities to significant degrees at times. What were the goals of those protests? I'm not sure there necessarily was any goal of those protests other than to protest and express their displeasure, which is certainly a legitimate end. So, if and to the degree that those protests against Trump manifested in violence, that the violence occurred doesn't mean that that was the intent. It would be more organic. Now, I have absolutely no problem prosecuting all these people who committed crimes. So everyone who committed a crime on January 6th should be held accountable according to law. And in my review of 50-something cases, I only found one case where I thought, yeah, the government didn't have it. So,
okay, yeah. I'm not even looking at like protesting the. I'm not even looking at protesting the protests themselves like that, or like protesting is about bad. But I think that we can look at the intentions of the crowd based on like what they're protesting. I think that's the issue that I'm looking at here, that I feel like we're divorcing when we compare like BLM or other protests to this one. These guys were very specifically marching to the Capitol building to protest not Biden, not whatever. They were protesting the certification of the election because they thought that, like you said, they thought it was an illegitimate election. They thought the election was stolen. So if you go down to protest,
you think it's the location of the protest that makes a difference? The fact that it's the Capitol?
The location and the time, yeah, I think are key, of course. Yeah, for sure. I think they're like paramount. They're probably the most important. Do you think that location and time is an important factor in terms of like trying to figure out the intentionality of a protest?
I'm trying to think about what are comparables as I'm trying to apply these standards. So I can certainly think of protests that have occurred at state capitals, protests that have occurred to go to the seat of government to picket and express displeasure. For example, when I was living in Virginia, when I lived for many years, Martin Luther King Day is, of course, a federal holiday, but it's not a holiday for Virginia. It's a state law, or at least it wasn't at the time. And the state legislature in Virginia only meets for like 4 months, and they start the Monday before Martin Luther King Day. So as a result of that, it was very common for people to go down on Martin Luther King Day, because a lot of people had the day off, to go to protest, and a lot of people did, and I did every year to go to protest. I went to the seat of government, and I ran up and down the halls of the state legislatures to speak to my various representatives and make my voices heard, and then went outside to express my displeasure about things. So I don't think the fact that I went to the seat of my government and expressed my displeasure indicated an intent other than to make my voice heard and to advocate for my causes.
What were you protesting for?
In that particular case, I was protesting for broader gun rights, because I'm a Second Amendment guy.
Do you think that's comparable to protesting like the electoral certification process?
Well, I don't see how the subject matter of the speech turns the difference, because the First Amendment protects all subject matter.
Well, hold on, that's not true. Wait, that's not true. The First Amendment does not protect all types of protests or types of speech or whatever, right?
As to subjects, it does.
What do you mean by that?
As to topics of discussion, right? So if you're thinking, for example, like defamation and slander and fighting words as exceptions to the First Amendment, then yes, but it doesn't restrict us to subjects or topics. So I can talk about anything. I might be restricted in some ways about how I go about it, but the topic itself. So I can't think of any subject in which I don't have a First Amendment right. If you can name one, like what can I not go to the legislature and demand that they take attention of issue X? Is there any issue X that I can't demand that they take notice of?
No, I can imagine you can.
Yeah, so there's no restriction on subject matter. That's my
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think think that if the January 6th protests would have just been protests outside of the Capitol building and no trespassing or violence would have occurred, I think that'd be comparable here. But that did happen.
Need more time.
And once crime starts to get committed, I think then we have to go back and we have to look at. I think that we can start to be more critical of the, I guess, the subject of the protests, right?
I don't think that quite makes sense. You know, if my group that had gone down there to protest for gun rights had spontaneously become violent, which fortunately never happened, but if it had, then I don't think that changes the intention for why we're down there in the first place, or our ability to use some sharp rhetoric. So as we're out there, you know, protesting for our rights, I don't think the fact that violence occurs somehow goes backwards in time to change our underlying intent. If we'd gone down there for the purpose of creating disruption, if we'd gone down there for the purpose of engaging in physical violence, if we'd gone there with the intent of physical or other sort of desire, then I think the intent is what carries through, not the actions that emerge. The fact that actions occur turns it into a riot, not an insurrection.
Okay, let me hypothesize two different speeches. Okay.
Sure. Okay, go ahead.
Let's say here's some facts. Okay. We're gonna say we're investigating a situation and we don't know the initial procedure, but here are some facts we're doing. Okay. A group of 100 people, march to a state building. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to say they're all pro Second Amendment rights. Let's say that they all, during the protest, end up entering the building. Let's say that violence ensues between protesters and police. And let's say by the end of it, 7 protesters and 1 police officer are killed. And then eventually everybody's cleared out. Okay? So our facts are: we got 100 people march to a state building. They're all pro Second Amendment rights. During the riot, they're there to like protest for Second Amendment rights. Let's say that I'm going to add that here. Okay. Well, no, I won't add that yet. I'm sorry. I'll do the speeches. Okay. They all during the riot end up entering the building. Violence ensues between protesters and police. 7 protesters, 1 police officer killed. Okay. Those are 5 facts, right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say now that we get video footage of the, let's say that we get video footage of the leader of the rally speaking prior to the people leaving to go and march to the state building. Okay. Let's say that in one world, let's say the speaker is like, today in our state legislature, they're gonna ban Sonic stocks. We believe that it is our Second Amendment right to have these stocks. This is bullshit. We are going to go and make our voices heard. Everybody pick up a sign. We're going to march outside. You know, fuck these guys, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's speech 1. Okay. Let's say that in another world, we get insight into what's going on. And let's say speech 2 is, today, there's a new governor who's going to be sworn in. He is opposed to the Second Amendment. They're going to steal our firearms. The government is coming after our firearms. We're going to lose our Second Amendment rights. Okay? We will not stand for this guy to be in government. Okay? Today's when they swear him in. We're going to go down. We're going to protest like hell. We will not accept this guy as our new government. Okay? Let's say that's the second. Okay? When you look at the 2 of these, and then both of them end up in violence, both of them end up with a couple people killed, and they both end up delaying the certification process. In that world, wouldn't we say that, well, for the first speech, it kind of seems like, you know, they protested, they were trying to make their voice heard, they got rowdy, whatever. For the second one, man, it really seems like their goal was to try to actually obstruct the certification or the appointment or whatever, the election or whatever the fuck of the new governor, and they actually kind of succeeded in that end. At least they delayed it. Would you not weigh these things differently based on the rhetoric and everything going into it?
Well, if what you're alluding to is incitement, which seems to be what you're discussing, then I would go to Brandenburg as the test for incitement. And because it's a well-honed First Amendment law. So speech is not protected under Brandenburg.
Well, hold on real quick. So I'm not actually, I'm not even interested in the crime of incitement. Which I don't think Trump is even charged with incitement.
Need more time.
Incitements, any of the state cases, yeah. I'm just saying that for the, in terms of like an insurrection, or in terms of like what the goal is and what the outcome was, would we not weigh the speeches and the rhetoric and everything going into these? Would we not consider the outcomes different based on the rhetoric and everything going in?
I understand where you're coming from, and I don't think it's wholly illogical. But my sort of natural inclination is to try to find, as best I can, a bright line between what's legal and what's illegal, because I don't really want to be squishy when it comes to the First Amendment. I have a pretty broad First Amendment view because I believe that people should be allowed to speak their mind, and they should be allowed to disagree with each other, including brutally and whatever else. And for that matter, I don't think there should be laws against hate speech. I don't think you could even define what hate speech is, and there are no laws against hate speech as such because it's undefinable. So I think the reason I went to Brandenburg is because I'm looking for a legal test that separates the legal from the illegal. So while I agree that in your hypothetical, the speech that is more inflammatory is certainly closer to the improper line, I don't think this should be a balancing test, or, if it's more inflammatory, then we don't use. I don't think it should be balancing. We're not ready to suggest. If it's more inflammatory, then we don't need as much. Or if it's less inflammatory, we need more. I think we should try to figure out from a First Amendment point of view what speech is protected and what's not. And as long as it's protected, as long as it's on the right line, then it can be as inflammatory as the person wants it to be, because it's fundamentally protected First Amendment speech.
I'm overburdened.
Okay, well, is there anything that would qualify for you as an insurrection that doesn't involve incitement to riot?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily need speech at all if you could show the coordination in advance.
I can't carry anymore.
You don't need the speech to be the prompt. It could be that a group of people, a group of terrorists somewhere.
Why would you need? What would the coordination look like? And then I'll just, so that it doesn't, I'm not trying to trap you, because whatever coordination you give here, I'm going to ask why. My next question is, why is Donald Trump sending 100,000 people to the Capitol to protest the certification? How is that not a level of coordination? That's what I'm going to ask next. So tell me what the. Yeah,
there's coordination for a lawful purpose and coordination for an unlawful purpose. I mean, for example, you and I have coordinated in order to have this talk. So the fact we coordinated didn't make it illegal. So the coordination needs to be unlawful. That's like the difference between a conspiracy and just going out for a meal together or something. So I think in the example of a non-speech, you'd be looking towards a person who gets together, for lack of a better description, a group of militia people who go together with the affected intent to engage in violent disruption, which I think is true for the Proud Boys in December 6th, Oath Keepers perhaps as well, and you could also find other groups that are comparable in other situations. So
sure, but what about the fact that the majority of the people that were indicted, I think, is like trespassing and committing violence? I don't even think the majority of them were Proud Boys or Oath Keepers.
I need to go back.
No, that's correct, and I don't think those people engaged in insurrection. I think they engaged in a riot, which manifested in trespassing and.
So if those people thought that they were going to the Capitol and they were fighting on behalf of Donald Trump, who was going to lose the presidency because we agree there was a rigged election, and they were chanting 1776, which is when we fought for our own insurrection and rebellion against the British, and they effected violence to achieve some end of delaying the certification of the vote, which they did. I don't understand what possible element we're missing here to make this constitute an insurrection. We have everything except for the fact that it failed.
Well, I'm not sure how much you think the situations are comparable or not, but in
wait. Before the really likes to make comparisons and jump to the element of others. I'm just in this particular thing, what are we missing for this to be an insurrection? I feel like every single element is easily met. I don't know what we're missing.
I don't.
What part of an insurrection do you think hasn't been satisfied? What definition are you working with for insurrection that hasn't been satisfied at this point? What are we missing?
I just don't see the coordination in the sense that would form
Not ready yet.
a crime where we're in concert with each other in the normal sense.
But they're literally tens of thousands of people walking together down the street in a coordinated manner, coming from a speech from their leader to go to the Capitol building where the electoral certification is happening, to all protest at the same time, and then all enter the building at the same. There's like a highly coordinated. What could be less coordinated?
Well,
what could be
see,
more coordinated? Yeah.
that's where you're to my mind tripping up, because you're assuming that the intent to enter the building as part of the thing, and I'm not sure that's true.
I don't know if the intent, but I don't know if that
Your
intent
fear
has to be
betrays
there,
you.
right?
Need more
Like,
time.
you know how one of the, I'm sure because you do crim law and you're an attorney, right? How some people think that premeditated means that you have to be like at home and you gotta like have your death note and draw up like a whole plan. And if you don't do all of that, then it's never first degree murder, right?
ready
But
yet.
you know that's not true, right? First, like
No,
premeditation.
premeditation can form in an instant.
In an instant, yeah. So why would we say that there needs to be this like intention formed hours or days prior to going to the Capitol? Every single other element is met. You're going there, you're chanting 1776, you're waiting for Pence to unilaterally overthrow the election, you're protesting, and then there's riots, and then they're breaking into the building. Why can't all of the intent for that insurrection
you won't
stuff develop
survive that.
organically alongside the riot? Isn't that what they're there to protest?
I think that's mostly right, but it's the problem is trying to delineate between the mob violence and the insurrection violence as we're trying to maintain these distinctions to the degree we want to maintain them.
I don't think we have to
What's the
delineate.
difference between a mob versus an insurrection versus a rebellion?
I don't think there
fear
needs to be
betrays
any
you.
delineation. Like for instance, in the U.S., here's my guess. I don't actually know this. I'd be shocked if I was wrong. But my guess is probably in any major rebellion or insurrection, not everybody is there to rebel or insurrect, right? I'm sure even in the American Revolutionary War, some people were probably just looters. If we would have lost, not everybody would be equally culpable. Some were probably just fighting for right. Like not every, but same thing with like a riot, right? Like if there's my guess is going to be for any riot with 1,000 people, there's probably only actually like 50 to 100 people like fucking shit up. I don't all 1,000 people are breaking shit, but you still
Correct.
call the whole thing a riot, right?
Yeah, I think that's mostly correct. I don't think mere presence necessarily would be part of the riot, but yeah, to the extent you're engaging in unlawful acts, then you'd be part of the riot. Your mere presence there wouldn't be part of the riot. I mean,
Sure.
although it wouldn't necessarily be wise, I can go to a riot and hang out. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but I could.
To be clear, I'm not trying to say that if we're trying to go on the argument that every single person there was an insurrectionist, I wouldn't make that argument, right? I don't know if that's the case or not. But like, this is kind of the sum of its parts, or the whole is greater than the sum of the parts is greater
Sure.
than the or whatever, right?
So
The whole event itself was definitely an insurrection. Maybe not every individual actor was an insurrectionist, but that's my feeling. And I feel like that every element of it has been so easily met.
I think you certainly could make the cases to some individuals. I just have a problem with calling the thing as a whole an insurrection. But as you know, some people have been charged with seditious conspiracy and convicted, and I don't have any problem with that.
Sure,
So
but I'm
if
just
you
curious,
want to
like,
say that some people engage in insurrection, I think that's fine. And because they went down there with intent, and the government has been able to prove they went down there with the intent to engage in violence, and it was coordinated and planned and so forth and so on. So that's fine.
Sure, but I just don't understand like why we wouldn't just call, like what element is missing? What else would we need? So if we have some people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, if we have like a lot of coordination, we've got a lot of violence, we've got a delay or an obstruction of a certification vote. Like what element are we missing where you'd be like, okay, well now I'll call it an insurrection?
Well, if we're trying to I suppose it depends on one of two things. Are we talking about Trump specifically, or are we talking about the crowd as a whole?
I'm just talking about that event on January 6th. That particular.
Yeah. So I think if I'm trying to categorize the event as a whole, then the fact that I can find people that engage in insurrection, which I'll concede for the purpose of argument, as I'm trying to talk about the crowd as a whole, I want to look towards, I suppose, for lack of a better description, the most common denominator. Because I don't think it's fair to necessarily say the crowd is tainted by the worst of its actors, you know? If I go down to a riot and I break a window and some other guy murders a guy, I don't think that necessarily it's fair to lump me in with him. We had two very different sets of actions.
Well, but we would. Like,
Still waiting.
now I'm going to use your phrase, like being even-handed. I don't think we would ever say, for a particular riot, we would never say, well, here's a riot. Actually, I know we wouldn't, because we made fun of
Need more
CNN for
time.
doing this.
Yeah,
Even
mostly peaceful.
Yeah, those protests
Yeah.
were mostly peaceful. But it sounds
Sure.
stupid to say that because, like, only it takes a few people in a protest to make a protest a riot. Protest doesn't become a riot
Not
when
ready
every
yet.
single person or over 51% of the people are rioting. You would say if there's enough people rioting, oh, it's a riot. That would be it, right? And if we're looking at the event on January 6th, we would say, oh, it's an insurrection. That doesn't mean most of the people there were engaged in insurrectionist violence. It just means that you had at least enough people there to enact violence, to try to obstruct official proceeding for the peaceful transfer of power. They were marching down there ostensibly to protest the very thing that they ended up obstructing. Like, it just seems like a very clear, easy, shining line to draw from A, B, C, D, E. Like, every element is met, every threshold is crossed. It's like, so it just seems like very obviously, plainly laid out. I would just ask again, like, what are we missing? Is your argument, I guess to reframe what you said, you need at least 51% of the people there to call it an insurrection? Like, they have to be, like,
Well,
in the
no, I
building,
think-
or yeah.
I don't. You make a good point by comparison, and I think it was a solid point because how many people do you need
more
just to
time.
call it a riot? So let's go with what you say, basically. You just have a standard old protest, and then some people engage spontaneously in riotous behavior. So how many people does it take to make it a riot? That's a good question. I don't know know that I know the answer to that question, but I think there is some threshold, which I'm not sure exactly what it is, because if you had, I don't know, if you had 100,000 people go down there and 100 people got into a brawl, I don't know that either you or I or the public at large would consider that a riot. So there is some sort of proportionality threshold. I don't think it's necessarily 50%.
Sure.
I'm not sure what it is, but you do raise a solid point.
And I would agree with you 1,000,000,000% there, that if we were making these same arguments and the whole crowd marched down there and like 10 or 20 people were fighting with cops and, you know, they got arrested, even if like 2 or 3 of them killed a cop and then cops killed them or whatever, I don't know if I would necessarily say insurrection, maybe not, I don't know. But I think that whatever threshold we were going to set, that threshold is probably way behind. Hundreds of people are breaking into the Capitol building. Congress is being evacuated. Calls are being made everywhere to bring in the National Guard to clear out the Capitol building. And is this the first time in all of U.S. history that the electoral vote certification has been delayed? Like, whatever threshold we're setting for the violence being qualifying of an insurrection, we're probably way after that point. That'd be my guess. Like, we're probably going to argue over, like, how much fighting with the cops outside needs to happen before we call it an insurrection, or does somebody need to break in, or how many people need to break in. Whatever we set it at, though, we're way behind people looking through the glass at where, like, statesmen are with the Secret Service, like, shooting them through the other side of the door, I think, right?
You raise a good point. I'm not sure it's... you've given me something to reconsider. So you might have the better end of the discussion on this one, because you're certainly correct that what happened and sort of how it happened resulted in a manifest disruption to not only a legally required process, but a constitutionally mandated process, which incidentally, as a personal right, just pisses me off personally, because we're supposed to be the party of, you know, Constitution and law and order, and then I have a bunch of assholes who say that they're part of my political and legal delineation, who are engaging in constitutionally abhorrent content, and makes me a very grumpy person inside because it's making us all look bad. So, but you make a very solid point here that because of what manifested, to view it as an insurrection might be reasonable. So yeah, it's an interesting argument. And then you're just trying to say to yourself, well, does the fact that, assuming for the sake of argument, it wasn't planned in advance in some sort of collective, like, we're going to go to some sort of, you know, corkboard and put out postcards with string kind of territory, like we're planning a job. If it's not coordinated in something resembling that sense, if in fact it resulted in this disruption to the Constitution, I have to call it insurrection. It's a reasonable point.
Yeah, I feel like all the elements are important. So it's just like a random protest or random thing. I think that the time matters. I think the location matters. I think that the events matter. Because like what's being protested, I think is important. I feel like the process stuff is really important too. I think one of my annoyances, I don't know if this is unfair or not, but one of my annoyances with a lot of the populist stuff is typically, you know, I'm going to side with liberals or progressives when it comes to social values and whatnot, but at least prior to Trump, if I was going to defend processes, it felt like usually I was siding with conservatives because there was like, it seemed like kind of there was a better respect for process, rule of law, and whatnot. So I would be like siding with conservatives, fighting against progressives and liberals when it came to like packing the court, for instance, or stuff like that. Like, well, is this a good idea? But I think the disregard for process on the conservative side is my this is throwing everything into whack. I think Donald Trump had every right, I'm quoting Jack Smith basically, Donald Trump had every right to say the election was stolen, feel the election was stolen, pursue that through the courts and everything. But all of the other pathways, like the Eastman-Pence plot, I thought was insane.
Yeah, to argue that Pence had the power to unilaterally overturn the election is one of the more insane arguments I've heard in my life.
Yeah, and then the whole, did you ever follow or hear any of like the whole false elector slate stuff?
Yeah, that was pretty stupid too.
Yeah. And then like there's like 20 other random things. Yeah, the DOJ stuff. Yeah, I feel like yeah, I don't know. That really bothers me, I guess. And then it's scary that it's scary to let people see that stand, I guess. One of the things that's kind of frustrating to me is this combo will come out in a few days, but I had a talk yesterday with good old Ben Shapiro, and the argument that he made, because I was curious for Ben Shapiro's a decent intelligent guy, big respect for process, loves institutions like I do, and says as much. And his argument is basically he's okay with Donald Trump being president again, even if he tried to overthrow the government, because at least he failed, if he knows that the guardrails work. But it's really scary if you have somebody that literally tried to overthrow the government. I feel like Trump did. I feel like it's pretty obvious, I think. Those are other arguments we could have. To give that guy a second run at it is really scary to me.
He certainly isn't my first choice.
Who were you a supporter of in the nomination cycle?
I'd either pick Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. I'm kind of partial to Nikki Haley personally. A lot of my fellow conservatives think that she's a neocon, and I can't even figure out what that means. Apparently, it's just the disagree button. So,
how do you feel
I
about
think she did great as governor of South Carolina. She really transformed the state, and she did wonderful as UN ambassador. Well spoken. I like her.
How do you feel about I'm just kind of curious, I guess. Wait, neocon doesn't mean anything to you?
It's just I've had people try to define it, and it just feels like it's a I disagree button, like kind of like calling someone a rhino.
Gotcha.
Just means whatever they need to mean at the time.
Okay. I feel like for me, neocon, the big difference between Bush era conservatives and then the Trump era conservatives, I feel like the two huge disagreements are over big businesses and foreign policy. So like a Bush era conservative would say something like Facebook and Amazon are amazing because I'm ignoring all like the social media stuff. It's like they're huge American businesses that are innovative, that are dominating the world and employ tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They're amazing. And Walmart, right? That neocons would champion that, and neocons would also say things like, we need to be a staunch ally of Ukraine. We need to defend democracy. Israel is an important ally. You know, this kind of stuff. This would be like a neocon position. And then a Trumpal position, or like a populist conservative position, or post-Tea Party position, would be like big businesses are leeching from nice small businesses. They're scamming all of us because they're ran by the billionaire elite class, and we need to stop dumping money into shitholes like Ukraine and Israel, and we need to spend that money on our own population and stop worrying about the rest of the world with progress, terrorism,
Your fear betrays
waste
you.
money on other countries that we I feel like those are the two huge differences between like the conservatives of 10 years ago.
Well, in that distinction, then I'd definitely be more aggressive on foreign policy. So I'd be more of a war hawk, because I think that as John Clausewitz once said, war is politics by continued by other means, and I think that's roughly correct. And I think we have a place in the world to effectuate change with force as needed. I probably am a little bit more tempered on big businesses necessarily always a force for good. I definitely think that I support, for example, anti-monopolistic law, Sherman Antitrust Act. So to the extent they're engaging in antitrust or other improper business dealings, we need fair business dealings. It needs to be a fair exchange. I also tend to oppose any sort of corporate salvation or corporate, funding. I was not a particularly happy camper, for example, when they bailed out all the banks in response to the crash, because it's like, well, you guys got yourselves in this mess, you can eat it now. You can take the bad side of your own. You took all those wonderful benefits when you got them. You didn't mind that. So, but now you want our protection because it all went to hell. It's like you should eat it. So I have perhaps a more moderated approach.
Sure. Do you I disagree on the bailouts, but principally I agree with you. The only issue I would have is I feel like the bailouts were probably more for the American public than the actual big businesses themselves, because I think if those banks would have failed, the executives and everything probably would have walked away from it, right? Because they made their money, they got their service packages, but I think that the U.S. economy might have come crashing down in that.
I feel like there's got to be a better way to go about that objective rather than just giving the money to the banks and bailing them out because they're too big to fail. There's got to be some better way to do it. Maybe we maybe we basically turn ourselves into the creditor of last resort as we force them into disillusionment bankruptcy, and we're gonna like help them unwind their business so that it doesn't all go completely to hell, but they can't be a business anymore because they suck. But these businesses still exist. They got nothing. Their executives got all these wonderful awards and bonuses and stuff for basically crashing the whole economy. It's like what happened to Lehman Brothers should just happen to everyone. Why are these companies allowed to continue to exist? They took all this risk. They thought they were smarter than us. It all went to hell. It's like take accountability. Take the benefit of your benefit and
Yeah,
the U.S. government has to figure out a way to help people. There's got to be a better way than you just give banks all the money ever.
Yeah, I agree with your principle. It can't be private gains and social losses.
Yeah, exactly. So.
I agree.
That's not capitalistic. That's not capitalism. That's just not capitalism. The principle of capitalism is you get to go out in the world and rise or fall by your own merits and whatever it be will be. And it's like you can't have capitalism where it's like, yeah, all the banks are great because they're doing great work, and look at how they're rising. And then suddenly they make bad decisions like, well, now we're gonna bail them out. What? This isn't capitalistic. This isn't BS.
Okay, final question for you. Actually, I'm curious. What did you said that you did copyright law stuff?
Principally patent law. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
for inventions, computer database inventions.
I'm curious about it.
I used to be a programmer.
Yeah. You said you're the comp sci degree. For antitrust in the U.S. right now, antitrust is like the FTC, right? Not the
Yeah.
FCC, right? What is the argument that the federal? I'll read this someday. I always I never get a good answer. How is it that some companies are allowed to buy other companies? Like, why is Amazon allowed to buy literally Blizzard? Or why is Activision allowed to buy Blizzard? Why is Microsoft? Why was Facebook allowed to buy Instagram? What is the argument given, I guess, that these things don't fall under antitrust like prohibition, like they're allowed to do this?
Yeah. So the basic principle, at least in the idea, is that in a capitalistic system, you can rise as big as you want as long as you are not using that power to prevent newcomers from the market. So you rise by your own merits on a level playing field. You can't change the playing field actually. So I don't really believe you can touch that. So sort of answer your question about why Facebook and anyone else is not allowed to. The government is supposed to look to, or DOJ looks to, is whether or not it will leave sufficient avenues open for other market participants, or whether or not it is unduly restricting the market. And where they choose to draw those lines sometimes is questionable, but that's the idea.
Yeah, I feel like in the little bit of reading that I've done, I feel like that's the bullshit part of the problem. So like, there might be like 5 mobile games or one guy steps in to buy every single mobile game, and the FTC looks at it like, you can't do that, and the guy's like, oh, but look at all these other apps that people use on their phone. Like, they only use gaming apps like 10% of the time. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess you can do that. And then I also feel like, this gets into, like, finance and business stuff, not correct, but, like, I feel like, from a capitalistic point of view, I don't like the corporate culture in the United States where the goal is to, like, found a successful startup and sell it to a huge company immediately and then cash out immediately. Like, super fucking serious. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose if you are such a person and you want to take advantage of, assuming you've generated something of value, and someone's willing to pay you for something of value, it's like, well, I got mine, so I'm happy. I don't know. You should be allowed the alienation of your property is pretty fundamental. To sell it.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like the idea of like having people that want to have successful businesses and run them and compete with others is a healthier mindset for a more competitive economy than you make a really good app and well, maybe Amazon can buy us. I feel like that's a answer. I don't think I like the super business idea in the United States. It works well. I think in some, if you wanted to be like really pedantic, have like a really actually debate, you could argue to some extent that look, socialism actually does work instead of the government running everything. Because it's some ways it is nice that I can order every fucking thing I might need in my life on Amazon. But in other ways, it's kind of annoying that like Amazon has huge problems, especially if you look for anything. You see all the dog food products and out there, but there is no realistic competitor, and realistically, nobody is going to compete against them. They're not going to compete against them. They bought 50 billion other businesses and hired every fucking talent, and I don't know, it's just annoying.
At least for the moment, that's true, but I wouldn't get too black-pilled about it because businesses rise and fall. You know, the companies that were, you know, in the S&P 500 100 years ago are basically all
I need
gone.
to go back.
Is that, do you
Sears
think
at
that's
once
true?
Yeah, it's mostly true.
I think that something that was kind of scary is, or something that I wonder is, do you play video games at all or no?
I do. I've been playing RimWorld a lot recently.
Oh my god.
And I've also been thinking about getting into Kaizo Mario hacks.
Oh, I haven't played that one. I think I've got almost 1,000 hours of RimWorld. Oof, what a game.
Yes.
For a while, like games come and go, like every like 2 to 3 years, I think, right? Like a game comes, maybe people play for a little bit, and then a new game comes out, and you kind of move on.
I can't carry
But then we
anymore.
have like this concept of like an infinity game, right? How long has League of Legends been a hugely popular game? Over a decade, right?
Sure.
Over maybe 15 years. Or like people look at like, oh, you know, nobody's around forever. Look at the rise and fall of things like LiveJournal or LiveBlog or Zanga or MySpace. But then you look at like Facebook, and it's like, well, Facebook is, how long has Facebook been around for? Like 15 years, 20 years, maybe?
I'm sure, as you're aware, Facebook has been having problems. Their future is by no means guaranteed. Not for the least of reasons that they burned so much money on the whole metaverse thing. It was basically $2 billion set on fire. That didn't help.
Yeah, but I mean, when the problem is, I think in the finance world, it's a little bit different than the normal world. In the normal world, when we say like, oh, people are having problems, we mean like, fuck, I'm gonna have to sell my house. I feel like in the finance world, when people say, oh, Facebook is having problems, what they're saying is the average user acquisition is decreasing because like 4 billion people are on the Meta platform, and there are literally not enough human beings now to grow their stock of people, so they're missing like quarterly, aims or whatever. I don't know if Facebook is going anywhere anytime soon, or Amazon. I could be wrong, but I get scared because like the longevity of these companies is way longer than we thought they ever would be like 20 years ago, right? Nobody thought 20 years ago that you'd get these super giant companies online that would last for over a decade or longer, and just have their hands in so many different things.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm not necessarily opposed, incidentally, to reconsideration of where we draw these lines when it comes to monopoly law or other things. I think there's, again, I take a more moderated view than, your classic idea of at least how you delineated it from Reagan. Big business is inevitably good. So I would not be opposed to reconsideration of the laws, as it would affect our ability to ensure that small businesses are allowed to thrive, because you never know where the next innovation is going to come from. I like those like old photos of Amazon.com when it was literally just Jeff Bezos, working in a cubicle. It was Amazon.com, hastily written on some sort of paper or something that was just hanging above his desk.
Yeah.
I was like, it was just a guy with a dream once long ago. And who knows where the next dream is coming from?
Yeah. Well, right now, I mean, I guess that's my thing, is that like, it feels like 20, 30 years ago, the guy with the dream's goal was to run the biggest company in the world. But nowadays, the guy with the dream just wants to sell his startup to the biggest company in the world. That's what it feels like. But I don't know. Maybe things will change. We'll see, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Anything else you want to chat about? Or wait, hold on. I can give you roles. If you ever see me screaming, or if there's ever like a law thing you want to argue with somebody about or come in and fight about, you can always hop in this channel. You should be able to see it now, and you can shout at me or other people or whatever. So.
Ooh, I get a channel? Exciting.
Yeah. Destiny's Room. Good luck.
Aw. Yeah, so I noticed that you were covering Epstein. My view is basically he didn't kill himself. My view is I think there's like multiple different scenarios. He just killed himself in the first instance. He was basically allowed to kill himself because the guards kind of looked the other way. Someone actively killed him, and he's still alive. And of these scenarios, I think that he just offed himself is the least likely.
Gotcha.
So I think he was an intelligence asset, and I use that word very deliberately, as opposed to an agent.
Okay.
Because I don't know if he was necessarily an agent of anybody, but I think he was an asset of somebody. And I think It's just the whole scenario of what happened to him just strikes me as truly incredulous. At the MDC where he was being held, they hadn't had a prisoner off himself before
Like 20
Epstein.
years, I think.
It's like 25 years. Like they have an incredible track record.
Yeah.
Epstein first tried to kill himself once, the tapes of which were conveniently lost/deleted despite a retention order. So they were just magically deleted somehow despite a retention order. Then he goes over to segregation for mental health. Then in fairly quick order, he's then sent back to his cell. He's supposed to have a cellmate, but then somehow magically doesn't. The cameras are conveniently not working. The guards are asleep at the switch. And I'm saying to myself, this is some BS. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy-minded guy, but come on. This is a lot of stuff that's happening.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I just read a lot of preliminary stuff yesterday, and there is a lot of weird stuff. Can I ask you a personal question? I'm just kind of curious on this, because it's something that I have to wrestle with as a content creator a lot. So sometimes weird things happen, and how do you personally try to figure out, like, when something is obviously a conspiracy? I'm sorry, I'm using a literal sense. Like, there was a plan, something happened, people concocted to do something, versus when it's like, man, that is pretty unlikely, but I guess maybe that is how it happened. And the example I'm going to give here is, I'm so sorry, all my examples are so politically loaded. I don't mean them to be that way. But I genuinely believed that the intelligence agencies, and just accept what I'm saying here as being truthful, okay? Even if you disagree, because there's a reasonable argument. I think the intelligence agencies really did think that that laptop story with the Hunter Biden laptop, that was a Russian propaganda story, because that was a wild story. If we're being honest, okay, even though now it
is a wild story.
Yeah, it seems like it's true. Yeah, it seems like it's true. It does seem like that really was his laptop. But like the idea that like a blind computer repair shop guy had a laptop dropped off by Hunter Biden and he happened to contact Rudy Giuliani, that is an incredible story, right? But rather than saying that, like, well, that was definitely conspiracy, that is wild. It's a wild story. It's like, maybe weird fucking shit can happen sometimes. Like, maybe it does. Do you have like a personal sorting mechanism through, especially when you get these cases like for Ray Epps? I don't think it's as weird as the Epstein stuff. I'm talking about. But like for the Epstein stuff, where there are a lot of like pretty stupid coincidences. Like these guys were sleeping all the time. They didn't monitor him. The one tape that was working is unusable. The 2 cameras are out. How do you get from, man, that's really fucking weird, and I guess there's just a lot of unlucky shit here, versus there's probably something going on here. I actually think there was some kind of plan or plot. How do you bridge that, or how do you jump that bridge in your mind, I guess?
I'm not sure I have a systemic answer to that question. So I'm not sure I can give you a good satisfactory answer. I suppose it's just based on the evaluation of the available information and the totality of circumstances, which isn't really a great answer, as I tried to go towards a principle policy. I want to apply things to evenly standpoint, because I'm now doing things in an ad hoc manner, which isn't ideal. I suppose with respect to the laptop story, the problem, at least to my view, was that there was some indications of credibility. For example, that there was a signed repair order from Biden that brought it some credibility, and also the fact that the media suppressed the story from a reasonably reputable source and prevented it from circulating, some questionable at best. So I don't know if I have a good satisfactory answer to that question. I suppose I go with the idea that I assume malice rather than, or assume ignorance rather than malice. I assume that people are just being stupid rather than malicious as a general rule. But it just seemed, and also like other things with respect to Epstein. For example, it was Acosta, I believe. Is that who the guy was who was the what's his name? Who was the U.S. attorney at the time in Florida, who later joined the cabinet, who basically gave this ultra sweetheart deal to Epstein, like
Oh, I haven't dug
years
into that yet,
earlier or
but the
something.
2008 deal looks on its face to be really stupid to me. I need to dig into the
Yeah,
details
so
of that.
they go to Epstein's place. They find him with all kinds of CP, which he has thoughtfully cataloged with dates and names and like everything. It's basically very well documented CP. They find all this stuff. Yeah, they wanted to charge him on the state level. The U.S. attorney gives him this unbelievably sweetheart deal that Epstein, or at least Ghislaine Maxwell, there tried to argue immunized her because of how broadly it was written. Where he basically pled guilty, they gave him probation, which he never reported to, and no one cared. And they had him absolutely dead to rights on all this stuff. It's like, why would the U.S. attorney make that deal and basically make the state charges go away? He was quoted, the U.S. attorney was quoted, as saying that he did it because it was over his pay grade.
Need more time.
What do you mean? You're the U.S. attorney. What do you mean over your pay grade? There's not a lot of people that outrank you, man.
Sure.
So
yeah, I would have to end up looking. I'll end up looking specifically into that detail of like what that case looked like. I feel like a lot of these come down to. Did you ever follow the Bill Cosby stuff?
sure, yeah. It was a
If you're
very
saying-
interesting case on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision about whether he should be retried or not. It was an interesting discussion.
If you're saying, for instance, that like they had Epstein dead to rights, then everything becomes very suspect. Like, why the fuck are you cutting deals here? But like, I know, for instance, for like the Cosby thing, I think Cosby's conviction ended up getting thrown out because some of the testimony they relied on, I think in a prior case, they'd agreed to never use. Basically, there was.
Still waiting.
I think I just.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, but I was saying that like for Cosby stuff, his conviction got tossed because prior testimony was considered inadmissible, which on its face seems kind of bullshit. But then when you dig into the earlier case, it was because the testimony from that one woman was probably reasonably decided to be pretty unreliable. That like in front of a jury, they probably wouldn't accept it that much, and the chances of that, going to trial and securing a conviction was highly. It was questionable. It was in the air whether they would. So that's why they went with that plea deal. So I understand that. But I'm curious for the details of the Epstein case, how dead to rights it was and everything. Because if what you're saying is true, yeah, everything about that deal seems pretty stupid.
Yeah. And he was just living way beyond his means, and no one seems to have, in the press, asked like the necessary follow-up question. Like, how did he get his money? What did he do? People have said he's a traitor. Who did he trade with?
Well, what was Epstein's businesses, or how did he?
Well, he was supposedly some kind of hedge fund manager, was supposedly what they said, but that leaves a paper trail, because you're buying and selling a lot of stock. Where is the paper trail? Who is he buying from? Who is he selling to? Where are the records of all the stuff? No one in the press seems to be asking any of the relevant follow-up questions. Where did he get his money? Who is he? Eric Weinstein has commented that he seemed like a manufactured person. He met him in person once, and he seemed just like a creation of someone's imagination, a synthetic person, because he didn't act the way that an ultra-rich person should act. He seemed like he was not that way, and he would do these bizarre things like use an American flag as a table cover and other things that just seemed off. And he just seemed like no one's asking these questions. The press doesn't want to know.
They need better weapons.
It's the fact that the press is not asking the questions about where he got his money from and all the rest of it, where the trade records are. Yeah.
Need more time.
Who did business with him? Conspiracy. I'm doing my whole X-File routine over here.
I'll check it out. I guess we'll see what I find about him. All
Yeah.
right.
But normally I don't run to conspiracies, but that's certainly one I believe in, because it just seems there's just so many details at so many different points in time where it's like something is not adding up in this equation. But I've enjoyed talking with you. It's been fun.
If anything else ever comes up, or if you hear anything, or if people tell you to jump in for whatever, you can always hop in the room and
All right, cool. Well, hopefully we can do something again. I'll talk to you later.
have a good one.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Sounds.
And done. saved a lot of lives today. Thank you.
Epstein spent his whole life scamming and basically faked his way to the top. Yeah, that's what his story kind of seemed like. I could totally understand. There are different like levels of wealth and money you could get up to, and maybe I'm only saying this because I'm not a billionaire yet. So maybe I won't. Maybe I just don't understand this now. But I feel like you could scam your way up to having hundreds of thousands of dollars if you start working with businesses. I bet you could scam your way through millions of dollars.
Not ready yet.
Maybe $10 million. But I feel like scamming your way up to being a billionaire. That's impossible.
Still waiting.
2017, a former senior White House official reported that Alexander Acosta, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, who handled Epstein's criminal case in 2008 and stated in Trump transition team interviews. Oh, because they were interviewing him again. Okay. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence until leave it alone. Everything was
Not
above
ready
his
yet.
pay grade.
Feel my wrath. Glory to you. Still waiting.
Chief executive of collapsed crypto fund Hyperverse does
Need
not
more
appear
time.
to exist. Exclusive. Stephen Reese Lewis has introduced to investors with an impressive list of publication achievements, but no organization cited to find any record of it. Oh no. How much money did this thing raise? It owes creditors $58 million, and its liquidator has referred Zhu and Lee to the Australian Securities and Investments Commission for alleged possible breaches of the Corporations Act. I feel like we're working our way towards, you guys all watched this movie, right? What is this fucking quality?
Need something, just ask. Life? What do you think?
What a great movie. I'm not gonna watch this because it's fuck my shit. They go to have sex in this movie and they're like in the future. And in order to have sex, I think they put on like helmets and they like have VR sex because it's like better than whatever normal sex is supposed to.
Still waiting.
What the fuck? We seem to be the real thing. I feel like at some point, people are gonna stop trusting somebody that's shit on the internet. They're just not gonna, like, there's just gonna be a bigger value for, I don't know if it's gonna be real life interactions or phone calls with human beings or what. But I have very little sympathy for people that are falling for like buying into crypto schemes online. Like, you're so stupid. Do you see what came out about Stephen Hawking? As long as you have a jukebox in your apartment, you're rich as fuck. Do it. If I was gonna do something to be a rich person,
I kinda
want a house. I've wanted a house. I want a house because it'd be nice to practice music. Practicing guitar. Oh, I finally started playing my guitar a little bit. Practicing guitar and playing your headphones in is just lame. Okay, I got an amp. I want to hear the fucking noise. And if I had a house, I could buy a real piano. That'd be cute. I want a nice like baby grand piano. You get a really nice piano for like $5,000 or $10,000.
Need more time.
And you can practice your saxophone. Fuck saxophones. I want to learn the goddamn guitar. Can you keep your orbiters locked in their
Still
quarters?
waiting.
Make out Rachel and Nathan Are you and Brittany on good terms? Which I feel like I know like 10 Brittany's. The Brittany from Politically Provoked, I think we're on okay terms, but that platform is way too wild for me now. Brittany Venti, I think we're on good terms. Brittany Simon, Pat Bridges destroyed, most likely forever. House in a cheap city or in a cool city? I feel like I have no strong feelings about this, and if you all post your places to move, then fuck you off yourself. I feel like if I was gonna move, if I had to decide today though, I'm becoming more partial to the Tampa area. My biggest worry moving from Miami is now I'm really spoiled being next to huge airports. I really like being near big airports, and moving next to Tampa, I'm worried about like downgrading airports, but apparently the Tampa airport is like the nicest in the country. So
Amazing. I've flown out of there 50 times.
yeah. But otherwise, it would have to be in either Alaska, no. Florida is where I'm at now. Nevada, fuck no. South Dakota, no. Tennessee is really beautiful and cheap. Maybe, but probably not. Texas has Austin, maybe. Wyoming, fuck no. Wait, I thought Washington didn't have... These states have the highest combined state and local sales taxes. Wait, why the fuck did I think Washington had no income tax? Or is that sales tax? States with no income tax. Oh, and then Washington would be a consideration, because I know a lot of people live in Seattle and Portland. Aren't some of these tax states balanced by very high property taxes like Texas? No, people say that are retarded. Don't worry about them. Texas has power issues. That's not worth
Bro,
moving
for
here.
a lib.
Yikes, true. I can just get like an Elon Musk generator, right?
Your refusal to pay taxes is pretty lame, bro. Just pay your fucking taxes.
Not ready yet.
Are you buying a house? I probably wouldn't, no. Or the other thing I've also considered is, since Nathan is turning 13 in 2 months, I've debated going back to Nebraska for 4 years and living there through his high school years. Oh man, I'm gonna have to live in Nebraska till I'm 40. What an age. But living in Nebraska, oh my god, it's so horrible.
Not ready yet.
Airport travel is dog shit. I don't know if the internet would be reliable. I would kill myself if I got Cox again. Holy fuck. And then I'd have to figure out, yeah, there's a lot of logistics, weird living situations there, I'm not sure. Yeah, who knows? We'll see. Why not just rent a house? I don't know. I don't need like a whole ass house. I don't need a 2-bedroom apartment. It's like in using an actual molcajeti. Molcajeti? Buy something that will field the pedophile allegations. I thought about that. Like, if I was a cool dad and I hosted parties with Nathan, I could have like a bunch of 13-year-old girls running around in the background. Oh, who got attracted by that?
I am returning to town.
I'm not watching the stream.
What's up?
Hey, question.
Yeah.
If you weren't making money like you were, and you were just working some regular job in Nebraska, and you thought it'd be somewhat lucrative for you to do, would you ever consider doing sex work?
Am I like making a ton of assumptions here, or
Well,
like that I could make money off of it, that people would want to buy?
Yes,
from
like you had the inclination that you could make like middle of the road. I'm not even be top 1%, but let's say you can make $6,000, six figures.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, hell yeah, I'd do it.
You would? Okay. There's no reservation beyond like the money aspect for you.
No, but I feel like I clear a lot of the hurdles that like people worried about. Like I'm not part of a community that would be judgmental for it. I'm not like super close to my family. I don't think they would disown me. And even if they did, it's like, you know, I think those are the two big ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any reservations in regards to the idea of just having your sexual experiences online?
No, I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about that at all. Okay. And hypothetically, let's say your child, son or daughter, wants to do it. Do you feel similarly like that? You'd be incredibly supportive.
I mean,
Let's say they didn't
I would
even-
hope they could do more with their life than that, but
Yeah, let's say they didn't have any financial issues because you're willing to provide for a lot of stuff, and you know they're willing to accept the money. Like they just want to do it. Would you be supportive of them doing so?
I mean, if that was literally like their best course of action and nothing else would happen. But I mean, I'd hope they could like go to college and get a job and be like a fucking engineer or something, or do something more than that. That'd be my hope, right?
When you say more than that, what does that mean? You don't feel like sex work is real work? Sorry, I don't
Well, I
mean to
mean,
use
it's like a lowest common. Fuck. I have a thing that I can't clear in my throat. It's gonna make me crazy. I'm gonna sound raspy for a bit. I mean, there are more. There's like a bucket of things that everybody can kind of do, and then as you become more educated and more specialized, you get into contributions where like only you can do these things. And I feel like for at least for my child, I would want him to become like as specialized or move into that direction as much as possible, such that you're offering like a unique skill set or a unique contribution to the world. I feel like sex work is kind of on the lower rung of things you can offer to the world.
Okay, but I feel like most people are not offering like a really unique skill set. Am I crazy in saying that?
Yeah, most people aren't. I wouldn't want my kid to be like an electrician or a carpenter either. I'd hope he could do something more. But yeah.
You don't. Okay, so for you, your kid being like a trade worker is like unbecoming or like not good.
I don't think it's like unbecoming. I'm just saying I think you hope that your children could like accomplish more or aspire to more. I mean, that would be my hope. But I mean, like whatever ends up working. I mean, people can find happiness in a lot of different ways. But yeah, it just depends. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that there's a normie and they could do well on OnlyFans.
Mhm.
You'd be supportive of that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What would be any reservations you'd have beyond the career path? Is there something that would make you like, nah, I don't think I'd want this for my child?
All right,
I mean, as long as they're not like breaking any laws, and as long as they feel like they're respecting
Shall
themselves and they're not
return.
compromising their personal integrity or health and safety, for a particular thing and probably be roughly supportive.
Okay, very fair. And I guess the last question I had, when people have reservations in regards to sex work, what are some of the things that you've seen that people are not okay with? Obviously, like there's a lot of social stigma and shame, but like what are some things that you've seen, good or bad arguments?
Good or bad arguments, in terms of like why not to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, bad arguments are going to be anyone that I think like presupposes some moral feeling, because it's obviously if somebody disagrees with you, you're not going to convince them on the sex topic thing, right? Like arguing with people that it's immoral if the person's not like religious or doesn't share your faith is going to be a waste of time. So those are dog shit arguments, I think.
What about feelings?
What about feelings?
I feel like a lot of people have weird feelings when it comes to sex work that aren't necessarily related to inherently shame, but just their views on intimacy and whether or not it should be private.
Sweet revenge.
I think that if you want to go into sex work, I think what you need to do is the person needs to be willing to grapple with the realities of what it means to fuck people and fuck people on camera, because I feel like a lot of people don't grasp those two realities very well. Like sex is a pretty intimate thing. It's a pretty unique experience. It involves like a high level of vulnerability and trust with another person in an unprecedented hormonal state, and you need to be willing to grasp with that first before you make any decisions past that. And to pretend like it's not that, you're probably setting yourself up for massive disappointment.
But when you say it's intimate, it's because you're being vulnerable and because it's a like visceral reaction to it, both like emotionally and physically.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there are people that I think that a lot of people jumped into a lot of like casual sex environments and stuff, thinking it's no big deal, and then they end up getting burned because it kind of is a big deal. I mean, sexual engagement with people is it is a unique thing. It's a very unique thing, and there's a lot of unique stuff that goes along with it: the hormonal states, the vulnerability, the trust. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, and people treat it, I think, too much with kid gloves sometimes. But I mean, like, that's just a reaction and a response to the, retarded religious people that say that sex is the holiest act in the world, and you pair bond with one person for your entire fucking life, and anything outside of that is degenerate and horrible and bad for you, and blah, 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 blah. So the sexual, quote-unquote, revolution or rebellion we see right now is a response to the over-stringent conservative standards in the past. Hopefully we wind it back a little bit and settle out into some realistic world where people can have healthy and good conversations about what it means to sexually engage with people and have casual sex partners, so that people can figure out if it's good for them or not. I find too many people choose one or the other as a response to people that they don't like in their life, and then they end up regretting it later on. I've known people that have jumped into casual sex and have felt like really gross and used and unhappy with it after a couple years of trying it, and I've known people that take way too long to get into casual sex because they felt shame about having more than like one partner when they were 27. Yeah, people just have a really hard time honestly engaging with the topic, because I think a lot of people don't actually care about sex. They care about like all of the moral loading and everything that goes into it way more than the act itself. Like a religious person doesn't give a fuck about sex as much as they do about like the moral arguments and the family building and blah 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 blah. And then like a third wave feminist or all these really far left woke people don't care about sex. They just like the freedom of women to fuck whoever they want with no consequences and blah 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 blah. So it's like, I just feel like I said that. There's no good conversations about it, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on this point we probably agree. I think a lot of people who treat sex flippantly aren't actually engaging with the fact that it's affecting them a lot of times. Like, I know some people who don't generally get affected. My experience with most people is that generally over time we're having sex, relationships, hormones, all these things get involved, and then the dynamic between two people just changes as a result of it. So it can be this flippant thing that has real no meaning, and at the same time is deepening your relationship with somebody over time. I feel like those two things are kind of counterintuitive. And like you said, it is vulnerable. At the end of the day, you're doing something in front of somebody that you generally wouldn't do in front of most people. Obviously, for people who do stuff online, it's a bit different. But yeah, I just think it has a lot more implications than a lot of people want to think.
And then I wish people.
And I was just saying, like, I think when I was asked recently, like, okay, well, why is it something that you keep private? And as I was thinking about the answer, I was like, it is very much what you said. It feels vulnerable. It feels like, oh, I'm doing this thing with you that I don't do with anyone else. And so for that reason alone, that's why I prefer to keep it a private thing.
Yeah.
You were going to say?
Where did that question get asked from? I feel like I saw that happen.
No, you didn't see it happen to me, but I got asked privately.
Oh, why do I feel like I was watching something where somebody mentioned something about sex not being a big deal or something, and then somebody said like, oh, well then why do you keep that private? Why don't you just show everybody that or something? Why did I?
But it might be Lav. Lav might have said something. Maybe, I don't know.
But yeah. I wish that like one thing that would be interesting is if we had better conversations about maybe it was Lab to Kelly Jean. Oh, maybe actually, maybe it was. I feel like if people had better conversations about this, I think you could have like better rampings, like up and down to different things as well. That would be interesting to help people explore if it was right for them. So, for instance, like if sex work, like if we had honest conversations about what was involved in sex work, I bet you could have better conversations about trying to figure out if it was okay for somebody to do it or not do it. Like there are ways to ramp up and down to like full on getting fuck boy girl content on Pornhub that aren't just like, well, try it and see how it goes, you know? Like maybe, thank you, I love you. Like maybe that involves like taking sexy pictures of just like parts of your body without your face being included, posting it under a different name, and then you can get like feedback of like, well, somebody's saying something mean about you, how does it make you feel? Like there's probably ways to like ramp up and down on some of these things to figure out how you feel, rather than people just being so ideologically judgmental that they're either saying like go full and do it or do nothing because it's evil. But we never really have any of those conversations because everybody's like moralized the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about having spoken to sex workers in private is just because there's so much taboo surrounding the topic, there's actually no real good like information out there about what it really entails. Yeah. And one thing that really shocked me is that a vast majority of it is incredibly emotional for the Johns or the people who are paying for these services. I had a stripper tell me that when she does private dances, like when we do like the 1 hour sessions, like they spend a lot of it just talking. And I was like, imagine paying $1,000 an hour because you saw some girl rolling up and down on some pole, and then you get behind the curtain, and then you really just want to speak to them and talk to them. And I was looking at Amaranth's sales for how much she made. I think it was something crazy like $57 million in 3-4 years. And the majority of her services that where she made most of the income was from messaging.
Although it's hard to know like what the messaging is.
Yes, it might be like, you know, oh, you want to see my bathwater or whatever. But the fact that it's even a substantial portion of it is actually really interesting. And a lot of sex workers have told me like a lot of people are just looking for an emotional thing. Like even people who escort, yes, generally sex is part of the trade-off, but they do spend a considerable amount of time forming an emotional connection with these people. And I think that's why a lot of these Twitch streamers who are like booby streamers or whatever are so successful, is they spend a lot of time, yes, they might hook the people in with sex per se, but the emotional connection that they start building with these women from seeing them so often, fantasizing about them, and then interacting with them is really what keeps them in emotional. And I think that's what drives the sales to go up. Because if it was just a sex thing, then the most desirable, physically attractive woman would always be getting the most amount of money, but that's just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. It's also important that like different people engage with different sex workers in different ways. But what a great word to say, fuck. Based on like what type of sex worker and what environment we're talking about. So for what you're saying, when it comes to like escorting and stuff, I've heard that a lot. That a lot of women that do escort, the emotional or like GFE, whatever, for an escort is really, 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 really important. I've heard from some dancers that some men like to talk or they like to go close and hang out, but in that environment it's going to be a bit more sexual. And then for OnlyFans, depending on the type of content you sell, it's going to be way different. Or like a Pornhub subscriber is just like doing funny videos. They're not like messaging at all. It just kind of depends. But yeah, people, even labeling it just like sex work, it's more than that and less than that at the same time sometimes, depending on what level you're talking. Because, yeah.
I wonder.
What?
Well, if I spend all my time, like, yes, there's definitely, I think what you said is true in regards to like certain forms of sex work involve more sex until not. But just the fact that it's a substantial part of a lot of the industry tells me that what a lot of these Johns are looking for, sometimes it's sexual fulfillment, sometimes it's like the fulfillment of fantasy. But they essentially, like, there's a huge element of desire in being seen by the opposite sex that goes well beyond sex. That is pretty like evident all forms of sex work. And that, like, for example, when they're throwing money at the person, yes, it's for their sexual gratification, but it's also a thing of like, I want to be recognized by this woman and I want her services as a result. And I feel like the emotion really is the underlying factor beneath most of the sex. Do you agree or disagree? I'm not even saying they're lonely per se. That's not exactly what I'm getting at. I'm saying there's a sense of emotional fulfillment that they need from these experiences for it to really matter.
I think it
It's
probably
rarely-
depends on, it just depends on what you're looking at or how they're engaging it. Like, if you subscribe to some girls' OnlyFans, probably not. But if you're paying to, like, DM them, probably. If you're paying for an escort, for sure. If you're throwing money at a stripper because you want to see her do, like, a trick or something, or you just want to lap dance, that may be one thing. But if you're throwing money at her because you know that she'll come around and talk to you while you share drinks, then maybe, yeah. I think the emotional part is probably... I just don't talk to a lot of sex work consumers, so it's hard to say. But I'm sure the emotional component is a lot of it for some people, yeah.
You don't feel like he's like that for OnlyFans? I feel like for OnlyFans, one of the places where I feel like it's the most like that. Am I crazy?
The problem with OnlyFans is nobody actually knows like what any of the fucking numbers are on fucking anything, and people just like assume whatever the fuck they want to make whatever argument they want. So when you're talking to people that are highly critical, for instance, Gisticle is a really good example in my chat. These people will say that OnlyFans is a platform where 99% of the people that are engaged in it are trying to make the girls their girlfriends because they're obsessed, and they have no other person to talk to in their life, and the women are all like being abusive and exploitative of these poor men that are lonely and vulnerable and seeking relationships and blah blah blah. The reality is I don't know like what the delineation is on people that engage with like the percentage of people that engage in OnlyFans for like the girlfriend experience versus just like subscribing or DMing to get off. And I don't know of the people that engage in it for the...
Literally everything he just said is a straw man and not true. Anyway,
It's
bye.
everything I just said was true. And he was spamming it in chat so much when I was debating Air Dead on it. But yeah, fuck, he just derailed me, but yeah.
You were saying the delineation between the percentages of people who want an emotional connection, which
Versus people that are just like looking to get off. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it does seem to be a substantial portion. I'm thinking on that we can both agree.
No, I don't know.
You don't know.
No. Like,
In general,
like a study could come out tomorrow that says that like 5% of the people there are like looking for that big emotional connection on OnlyFans, and I'd be like, okay, it makes sense. Or a study came out saying like 65% of people are looking
No.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Not OnlyFans. I'm talking about sex work in general.
Well, sex work in general includes OnlyFans. And we're saying like any real life event, especially for escorts or whatever, it seems like that connection is pretty important. For escorting, is particular escorting, it seems like it. I don't know if it's the same for like, what are they called? Rub and tugs? Like if you go to like those places, like are those people looking for emotional intimacy? Probably not, right? Or do you think they are? Or
I don't know how it works at other times. So I mean, I can just go.
like
based
you
on
just
what
go
I've
in and you
heard.
get jerked off and then you leave in like an hour or whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, with the Asian ladies, I wonder. That's a good question. Probably not. It would seem so, but I don't know. I've never spoken to people who are customers, and I've never spoken to people who are providing the services. Yeah. The reason why I say that is because I had one vision of escorting before, and then once I learned more about it from escorts, I realized like, oh, everything I thought I knew about it is completely wrong. So it could be the same for rub and tugs.
Yeah. Do you enjoy having sex? Is it like a fun experience for you?
That's a good question. So I had to think about that over time.
Damn, really? Why? Walk me through your thought process.
Because there's a difference between the compulsion to have sex and accomplishing that in actual pleasure per se.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like I've always had the compulsion for it. Like I've always.
Well,
felt
when
like
you're
I'm-
having sex, is it like a fun? There's like a fun, cool, like, oh, I like this. I want to do this again.
I think the compulsion is probably really stronger than the gratification. I think there have been times in my life where I've had very gratifying sex, but as I've gotten older, I think like generally that's been more linked to who I was having it with and my relationship with them more so than the act itself. And yeah, that's what I would say.
Do you? Why do you ever masturbate?
Boredom.
That's it. It doesn't like feel good. You're not like, oh, this is like fun. I enjoy it.
It's boredom, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a compulsion. It's boredom. It's like a little dopamine rush. I don't really think that's pleasure. That to me is not like. I guess you could define that as pleasure, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I notice this. I don't masturbate unless I got a lot of free time, and if I don't have free time, I don't even think about masturbating at all. So how much could I really enjoy it if it's just a time filler? That's like watching an anime and seeing like those shitty filler episodes and thinking like, oh yeah, this is great. Like, no, it's not great. You're just watching it because it's part of the next episode. But do I enjoy it? No, I don't think so.
Do you think
And I wager that's probably true for most people. Like every time I meet someone, they're like, oh fuck, bro, I'm addicted to porn. I'm like, no, bitch, you got too much free time. I guarantee you, when you take a camping trip, you don't even think about fucking porn at all. You don't have a porn addiction. You just got too much free time. And when you have free time, you don't like being alone with your own thoughts or being quiet. So you just look for a dopamine rush. So some people, it's like they play a long podcast, because they just hate silence and they're just doing other things. Some people, it's like they read a book and they do something else. And then other people, is masturbation. But you're not addicted. You got too much free time.
Gotcha. And I'm just curious, for like a relationship, what do you think is like an ideal amount of sex?
For me, I would say maybe like 2-3 times a week. I'm probably good with that. Like, especially once I've settled into the relationship over some time, then yeah.
That feels like kind of a lot if you're kind of indifferent to it. Or is it just like an emotional relationship bonding thing for you?
I like physical proximity, so I'm always liking to be close to my partner. I like touching, like not all the time, but like if we're gonna be close, I like to be close. And generally, once I get to that state, I just get horny, and then I don't know, I'm like, well, the compulsion's there, and I love this person, so why not? But I'm somebody who likes physical touch, so because I like that, I think it just naturally leads to a lot of sex as a result.
Do you feel do you enjoy dancing?
Oh yeah. Dancing is like completely different.
What do you mean by that?
It's like
let's say that I just do a big rant at you. When you go camping, motherfucker, you're not thinking about dancing. You're just dancing for a dopamine rush because you're bored. What would your counter be to that? Yeah.
I am. I'm thinking about it all the time. Like when I travel, I literally look up dance spots in whatever city I'm going to so I can go out dancing. I'm constantly making it part of my life anywhere. Like even right now, I'm going to be traveling to Asia for a little bit, and I'm looking at cities that have a lot of dancing. For me, it's like completely different. And this is what it's akin to. And I know everyone can understand this if they do it. But like if you work out, you have a really good workout. You come out of it steamed out, all physically exhausted. You feel cleansed. You feel amazing. That's how I feel when I leave a dance event. So yeah, it's different. And I know people when they travel, they still like to work out because they need that experience. That's not the same to me as masturbation. I think you probably have the same experience maybe with streaming. I don't know. Or maybe like a really good debate.
Think so?
Because I know when you travel, you like to make that shit part of your schedule. So if you're traveling, you like to travel for work. For you, it's like a compulsion. But it's also something I think you thoroughly enjoy to have like meaningful debates.
Okay.
Do you see the difference between that?
Versus the meaningful debates versus like sex or.
Well, I don't know what your relationship with sex is, but like maybe masturbation probably exists. Like, do you find masturbation super gratifying?
Hell yeah.
Interesting. Go on.
Wait, a good time.
It's a good time. Well, obviously we're talking about different forms of pleasure, right? There's like the difference between like having a burger you're indifferent about, having a really nice meal that's completely great. Like food is food, but not all sex is the same sex. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go to a spot where you eat at and it's just you're different about it, and you can have like an amazing restaurant experience. So I'm asking you, is there any tiers to sex or sexual experiences for you?
Yeah, of course. But I think
Still waiting.
I don't think you're lying, right? I think people have just like different experiences. I'm not saying that like my view is better than yours or whatever, but
Yeah, I want to know your view. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I really like sex. It's just like really fun. Sometimes there's like a girl I know that lives. I finally know a girl. She lives like an hour and a half away. But if I got nothing else going on at night, if I've done all my shit, I'm just like, fuck it, I'll drive over and spend the night. Just to fuck for a few hours. I don't know. It's super fun for me. But I kind of grew up assuming that everybody was like that. But now I'm seeing, especially after going through the red pill arc, people have way different views on how much they engage sex for sex sake versus like the other peripheral things around that. It's interesting. Yeah.
I'm curious for you, are there any forms of pleasure that you would rank above sex?
Yeah, one thing. Yeah, I obviously I super love music. I am very much like improvisational when it comes to music, and if I can find somebody else that can like jam with me on that, like give a set of chords and just like play for 30 minutes or whatever, that type of, if you're really connected to the person you're playing with, that is a very, very, very nice experience for me. I don't know if the best sex is better than like the best like musical session with somebody, but those two are pretty similar.
Well, it's interesting though. Like, what makes the best sex? And I'm curious about this. Is the after effect of it, like, or your afterthoughts of it, important? Is it just how it feels in the moment? I'm curious for you, what makes the best sex the best sex? And let me just preface my thing. I've had times where like the body parts just fit. Like for whatever reason, I was very excited physically, and everything was working well. Busted a bunch of times. It was very easy, seamless. But after the fact, I didn't feel amazing about it because I really was like, I don't really care about this person, whatever. Maybe that is considered quote unquote like technically the best sex, but for me, it wasn't like a very great experience. In that I did away from it thinking like, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like peripheral things that can make sex good. Like maybe you're really attracted to the person. Maybe the inside of their vagina just feels really good. Their mouth is the right size or some bullshit. Like there's a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think the best sexual partners. It's hard to explain when I say this. I think you either know or you don't know, and then it's hard to understand otherwise. But the best types of people to be physical with, this includes cuddling as well, is some people kind of just like do what's in front of them, and other people are very intentional with the way that they move. And people that are intentional with the way that they move, those experiences are always like a billion times better than people who just kind of like do what's in front of them. Like it's the difference between like you go to have sex and your bodies are there, and then the person like grabs your dick and they just like kind of stroke it for like 20 minutes, or they just like get on you and they move for like 20 minutes, and there's like not very much thought going into what's happening. There's not very much intention in how they're moving or their actions or the impact on you. I think it takes a relatively high degree of empathy. It takes a good degree of like self-control. It takes a good degree of like physical adeptness. Like you have to be able to manipulate and move parts and everything. But I think that the intentionality aspect with the way that a person moves their body, I think is for me what makes it like the best type of sexual experience. It's just in terms of like a pleasure level, yeah.
Let me ask you then, if you just had a one night stand, for example, and it was that physical experience, do you think you'd rank that higher than with somebody who you had that experience with consistently? I don't think you would. I think generally part of what makes it the best is like the consistency aspect of it, the kind of trust that you have with that person, all these other like different emotional factors that are not necessarily inherently physical.
It's hard to disaggregate because all of my long-term partners are doing that thing that I really enjoy, that intentional aspect. So, like, let's say that I was dating somebody that I had really, really bad sex with because we just didn't click, or I felt like they weren't intentional, they didn't learn anything or whatever, after a year, and then I had a one-night stand with somebody who was really amazing because they were very intentional, very empathetic. I think I would rate that one-night stand higher, yeah.
Gotcha.
But okay. But I'm probably not going to date a person long term that we just don't click with sexual. Like sexual chemistry and romantic chemistry are like two of the most important things I have when ranking like partners in terms of thinking of like, could I date this person or not?
Got you. And considering all this, when you think about all that, you feel like that's equal to you jamming out with somebody and making some good music?
It's not equal, but it's like there's a lot. I guess now I've never really thought about comparing those two things before, but there's a lot of like crossover in terms of like, if you're improving, it requires you to be adept at the form of whatever you're talking in, right? Like when you and Melina were dancing through like steps, like there's a particular pattern or rhythm that you have to understand, and when you're engaged in that pattern or rhythm, you have to be able to do it with another person there, so you have to be in time with each other. There's like a vocabulary back and forth that you're able to speak to one another in music. There's going to be like some creating space for the other person, taking space for yourself when necessary. So I guess in some ways, I guess it's pretty comparable. Or maybe I'm generalizing it so much that all forms of like art or sports or dance or whatever are like this. But yeah, I guess it's pretty comparable.
No, you described dance pretty well. That is very similar to what it feels like when
Sure. I mean, dance and music are going to be very similar because they both occur usually with music. Obviously, music and dance obviously does, and then in time. And then I know you can do like freestyle improv dance. You can do like more rigid set dance. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, all that stuff is true. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. I just want to bring this stuff up to you, but I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. Somebody said you just made a video on this. What were your strong feelings on this?
On sex, no. I think we covered. There's a parent, basically like a father and a daughter, who run a short form podcast on TikTok. And the daughter told the dad that she wanted to start up an OnlyFans. And they had a conversation on camera. It was actually pretty interesting to watch, and a lot of people felt some way about the parenting style. People were really against it. Other folks are really for it. I think it might be interesting for you to watch. It's only like 6 minutes, so it's not too long. But yeah, it was. We just talked about that. So.
Interesting. That type of interaction that you're talking about. That's the reason why I'm known as the incest guy. I don't know if you ever saw the original video, but I think it was like 8 years ago or something. We read a post on Reddit where like a mom and a dad were very open with their daughter sexually in terms of like they could answer any questions and they helped the daughter blah blah blah. And I think at some point the daughter asked like, oh, would you guys buy a sex toy for me so I don't have to like massacre my hairbrush? And they're like, well, sure, we're sexually positive, why not? And they did it. And then I think at some point the daughter asked the dad and mom if they could show her how to use it. And then I think the dad was the one that posted on Reddit, is like, is this like appropriate, or this feels like we're crossing a line, or I don't know how to say no because our daughter says that it shouldn't be a big deal because we're open and we're not like actually fucking each other. And I thought that that conversation was really, really, really interesting. And then after that, people were like, oh, you think dad should fuck their daughter? They're like, okay. But yeah, it was the same type of thing that set it off. Yeah.
Hey, listen, when it comes to daughters, fathers, and all things related to sex work, it turns into brain rot, like super fast. It's like, it makes me think of like the pedos and kids conversations, immediate brain rot, instantly. So yeah, you being called a incest guy makes perfect sense.
Based, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Would you do you promote any kind of incest?
If I had siblings that I wanted to fuck, I would more, but unfortunately.
All right, I'm gonna stop before something gets clipped.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Love
Always
you,
a
buddy.
pleasure.
Be careful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I have to go brush my teeth now because like and fuck me. Do you hate all your siblings? I don't really hate any of my siblings. Okay, we just have issues sometimes, but no, I don't. I wouldn't say I hate them. But also, I grew up with them. Wanting to fuck somebody you grew up with is really fucking weird. Like I would say my little sister is probably conventionally attractive. I think decently, but like, like, that's disgusting. But she's not disgusting. She's a fine person, but yeah.
Surely there is someone out there who would benefit from our aid right now.
Okay. I need to go brush my teeth. 1 sec. What are they doing up there, bro? Are they building a new unit? Destiny doesn't watch Pornhub. I think the reason why people fantasize, this is a total theory, I could be totally wrong. The people that fantasize about fucking siblings, I think are only childs that have seen other people with hot siblings. I remember, bro, because I went to an all-boys high school. If you had a friend and he had a sister, oh no, man. That sister, there were going to be so many comments made. And I even remember, like, people would ask, we must have been retards. I think even I asked this question, but I had a sister. Why would I even ask this? You would even ask, like, you ever think about, like, fucking your sister, bro? Because there would be guys who would have sisters who were fucking hot. And you're like, bro, you must. And the guy would always be like, no, what the fuck? She's my sister. And we'd all be like, what the fuck, dude? But I don't even know why we'd ask that. Because, like, obviously, like, yeah, you. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's just, listen. You know that's not true given how absurdly popular incest porn is and how relatively uncommon only children are. Maybe, but I don't know. But like, so for instance, like I read a lot of, I'll masturbate to a lot of written porn, okay, on Literotica, okay? What a great website. And one of the most popular sections on that site is incest. And incest porn on that site is kind of hot. But it's not my sister. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. Like, I guess the idea of it is hot, but if you actually have a sibling, it's fucking disgusting. Or you would never imagine it with your sibling. The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will. Like,
a bright line between categorical is the wrong word, as an overall arcing concept falls in the category of a riot. And I've called it a riot since it first happened. Great. It, to my mind, tripping up. because you're assuming that the intent to enter the building
Hmm.
as part of the thing, and I'm not sure that's true.
I don't
Like,
know if the
do they
intent,
all?
but I don't know if that intent has to. Yeah, one thing.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I obviously I super love music. I am very much like. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. Unit? Doesn't watch Pornhub. I think the reason why people fantasize, this is a total theory. I could be very open with their daughter sexually in terms of like they could answer any question. Um, hmm.
And let me just
Mhm.
preface by saying I've had times where like the body parts just fit. Like for whatever reason, I was very excited physically, and everything was working well. Busted a bunch of times. It was very easy, seamless.
Mhm.
But after the fact, I didn't feel amazing about it because I really was like, I don't really care about this person, whatever. Maybe that is considered quote unquote like technically the best sex, but for me, it wasn't like a very great experience. In that, I did away from it thinking like, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like peripheral things that can make sex good. Like you maybe you're really attracted to the person. Maybe they just the inside of their vagina just feels really good. Their mouth is the right size or
What's
some
up?
bullshit. Like there's a lot of stuff like that.
Perfect timing, it's Feds.
I think the best sexual
Cool.
partners. It's hard to explain when I say this. I think you either know or you don't know, and then it's hard to understand otherwise. But the best types of people to be physical with, this includes cuddling as well, is some people kind of just like do what's in front of them, and other people are very intentional with the way that they move. And people that are intentional with the way that they move, those experiences are always like a billion times better than people that just kind of like do what's in front of them. Like it's the difference between like you go to have sex and your bodies are there, and then the person like grabs your dick and they just like kind of stroke it for like 20 minutes, or they just like get on you and they move for like 20 minutes, and there's like not very much thought going into what's happening. There's not very much intention in how they're moving. actions or the impact on you. I think it takes a relatively high degree of empathy. It takes a good degree of like self-control. It takes a good degree of like physical adeptness. Like you have to be able to manipulate and move parts and everything. Yeah, but I think that the intentionality aspect with the way that a person moves their body, I think is for me what makes it like the best type of sexual experience. It's just in terms of like a pleasure level, yeah.
Let me ask you then, if you just had a one-night stand, for example, and it was that physical experience, do you think you'd rank that higher than with somebody who you had that experience with consistently? I don't think you would. I think generally part of what makes it the best is like the consistency aspect of it, the kind of trust that you have with that person, all these other like different emotional factors that are not necessarily inherently physical.
It's hard to disaggregate because all of my long-term partners are doing that thing that I really enjoy, that intentional aspect. So, like, if let's say that I was dating somebody that I had really, really bad sex with because we just didn't click, or I felt like they weren't intentional, they didn't learn anything or whatever. After a year, and then I had a one-night stand with somebody who was really amazing because they were very intentional, very empathetic. I think I would rate that one-night stand higher. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But like, but I'm probably not going to date a person long term that we just don't click with sexual. Like sexual chemistry and romantic chemistry are like two of the most important things I have when ranking like partners in terms of thinking of like, could I date this person or not?
Gotcha. And considering all this, when you think about all that, you feel like that's equal to you jamming out with somebody?
It's not equal, but it's like there's a lot. I guess now I've never really thought about comparing those things before, but there's a lot of like crossover in terms of like. If you're improving, it requires you to be adept at the form of whatever you're talking in, right? Like when you and Melina were dancing through like steps, like there's a particular pattern or rhythm that you have to understand, and when you're engaged in that pattern or rhythm, you have to be able to do it with another person there, so you have to be in time with each other. There's like a vocabulary back and forth that you're able to speak to one another in music. There's going to be like some creating space for the other person, taking space for yourself when necessary. So I guess in some ways, like it's pretty comparable. Or maybe I'm generalizing it so much that all forms of like art or sports or dance or whatever are like this. But yeah, I guess it's pretty
no, you described dance pretty well. That is very similar to what it feels like when you play.
Sure. I mean, dance and music are going to be very similar because they both occur usually with music. Obviously, music and dance obviously does, and then in time, and then I know you can do like freestyle improv dance. You can do like more rigid set dance. Like yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No. All that stuff is true. Well, I just want to bring this stuff up to you, but I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah, somebody said you just made a video on this. What were your strong feelings on this?
On sex, no, I think we covered, there's a parent, basically like a father and a daughter who run a short form podcast on TikTok, and the daughter told the dad that she wanted to start up an OnlyFans. And, you know, they had a conversation on camera. It was actually pretty interesting to watch, and a lot of people felt some way about the parenting style. People were really against it, other folks are really for it. I think it might be interesting for you to watch. It's only like 6 minutes, it's not too long. But yeah, it was, we just talked about it.
Interesting. That type of interaction that you're talking about, that's the reason why I'm known as the incest guy. I don't know if you ever saw the original video, but I think it was like 8 years ago or something. We read a post on Reddit where like a mom and a dad were very open with their daughter sexually in terms of like they could answer any questions and they helped their daughter, blah blah blah. And I think at some point the daughter asked like, oh, would you guys buy a sex toy for me so I don't have to like master my hairbrush? And they're like, well, sure, we're sexually positive, why not? And they did it. And then I think at some point the daughter asked the dad and mom if they could show her how to use it. And then I think the dad was the one that posted on Reddit. He was like, is this like appropriate, or this feels like we're crossing a line, or I don't know how to say no because our daughter says that it shouldn't be a big deal because we're open and we're not like actually fucking each other. And I thought that conversation was really, really, really interesting. And then after that, people were like, oh, you think dad should fuck their daughter? Like, but yeah, it was the same type of thing that set it off. Yeah.
Hey, listen, when it comes to daughters, fathers, and all things related to sex work, it turns into brain noir, like super fast. It's like, it makes me think of like the pedos and kids conversations. Immediate brain rot. Instant. So yeah, you being called a, incest guy makes perfect sense.
Based, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Would you promote any kind of incest?
If I had siblings that I wanted to fuck, unfortunately.
All right, I'm gonna stop before something gets clipped.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Love
Always
you,
a pleasure.
Be careful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I have to go brush brush my teeth now because like and fuck me. Do you hate all your siblings? I don't really hate any of my siblings. I always have issues sometimes, but no, I wouldn't say I hate them. But also I grew up with them. Wanting to fuck somebody you grew up with is really fucking weird. Like I would say my little sister is probably conventionally attractive, I think, easily. But like, like, not ready yet. That's disgusting. But she's not disgusting. She's a fine person, but yeah.
I'm still waiting. Not ready yet.
Okay. I need to go. What are they doing up there, bro? Are they building a new unit?
Need more time.
That was a worthy foe.
Does he doesn't watch Pornhub? I think the reason why people fantasize, this is a total theory. I could be totally wrong. The people that fantasize about fucking siblings, I think are only childs that have seen other people with hot siblings. I remember, bro, because I went to an all-boys high school. If you had a friend and he had a sister, oh no, man. That sister, there were going to be so many comments. And I even remember, like, people would ask, we must have been retards. I didn't even ask this question, but I had a sister. Why would I even ask it? You would even ask, like, you ever think about, like, fucking your sister, bro? Because there would be guys who would have sisters who were fucking hot. Like, bro, you must. And the guy would always be like, no, what the fuck? She's my sister. And we'd all be like, what the fuck? But I don't even know why I would ask that. Because, like, obviously, like, yeah, ew. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's just, listen. You know that's not true given how absurdly popular incest porn is and how relatively uncommon only children are? Maybe, but I don't know. But like, so for instance, like I read a lot of, I'll masturbate to a lot of written porn. Okay, on Literotica. Okay, what a great website. And one of the most popular sections on that site is incest. And incest porn on that site is kind of hot. But it's not my sister. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. Like, I guess the idea of it is hot, but if you actually have a sibling, it's fucking disgusting. Or you would never imagine it with your sibling. It's a taboo? I don't think that's the only reason. I hope not. That's so cringe. Why do people like things just because they're taboo? That's the cringiest thing in the world. Okay, step I can get, not actually blood relation. Blood relation doesn't actually matter when it comes to attraction. It's that stupid, And X-Face is so good on Literotica. Yeah, except they haven't pushed this for like 20 years. That's absolutely not what I'm
Need more time.
Oh, the Westermark effect? There's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's actually true or not. But it's the idea that if you're reared with somebody, like you're raised with somebody, that you don't have like a sexual attraction towards them.
Still waiting.
So like if you get a step sibling when you're like 3 or 4, like I don't think you're gonna grow up and want to fuck the step sibling because you're raised with them. It's like gross. But
Need more time.
Oh, I think there actually might be other I think there might be another supporter for this, and isn't it the idea? Can somebody tell me, are you more sexually attracted to people that are genetically highly similar to you if you've been separated at birth? Am I making that up? That like if you and a sibling get separated at birth and you meet later in life, you can have like intense sexual attractions towards these people because you're so genetically similar? Because I think, isn't there like an ideal amount of incest that happens in like the lion world where your goal, because you want to propagate your own genes, but fucking your siblings is bad, so you have a preference for fucking like 25% like cousins or something to propagate your own genetic material or something. I feel like you did that in the Sapolsky lessons or something. Yeah, guess it's third cousin. Maybe it's third cousins.
Still waiting.
You should just be fucking siblings, but our DNA is so complicated and fucked up that you can pass on too many bad things. There's like a lot of error correcting that happens in the process. You have to have like new DNA.
Not ready yet. Sweet revenge.
The real question is, would you fuck a clone of yourself if you could? Sure, why not?
I have more control now.
Everybody, Cove Studio talking about why people choose partners that look like them, but you can't remember what it is.
Become more formidable. Darkness awaits you. I'm still waiting.
When I say you should fuck your siblings, what I mean is you would imagine that like the best way to propagate the same genetic material would be to have an attraction to siblings, right? Because it's literally the same genes. Like imagine passing on your genes and your other genes passing on your genes like over and over again. You'd think that'd be the best, but for survival of genetic material, but it isn't because of all the errors and autistic shit. Oh, I should say dowdy shit.
Need more time. Darkness awaits you. Not ready yet.
All incest literature / porn for me seems to always be about the secret relationship aspect. Yeah, that's actually true. You think you could fuck a cousin? I guess. I
Need
don't
more time.
I got like, because half my family's Hispanic, I got like so many cousins. Some of them are hot. I've never seen them. I wasn't raised with them. Sure, why not? I don't give a fuck. But anybody, what is a cousin again? A cousin is a cousin would be your parents, siblings, child. Is that a cousin? Do I even, hold on, let me think. Do I have
Need more
cousins?
time.
Parents. I would be an aunt and uncle's children. Rob didn't have any children.
Still
I must have
waiting.
been an only child. I feel like I would know, right? So then my
Bleed, you filth.
kids,
Not ready
uncle
yet.
with children. Probably not. But I'm just not. They're just not my people. They're just not my people. But you know what? If they were.
Still
Who
waiting.
cares? Who cares? Yeah. Listen, if I didn't see you growing up that much, then you're fair game, okay? So be warned, be careful. What about nieces? Nieces is siblings' children. And nephew is siblings' children. That seems like too much.
Not ready yet.
Although I don't know, my brother's like 50 years old. I don't know. How old is he? Let's go check. You know what? Let's go take a look. Actually, let's see. What do we got going on over here?
More. Need more time. Still waiting. I'm over become more formidable. I need to go back. Not ready yet. I need to go back. Need more time.
He might have me blocked on Facebook. Listen, I used to fire my phone.
I need to go back.
Wait, holy shit.
Kimbo.
Hold on. listen. We're suspending this conversation, okay? Don't worry about it.
Not ready yet. Still waiting.
I don't even know what my family is over here. I think they're like Filipino.
Not ready yet. Need more time.
Not on ice. It's on ice. I think I shouldn't be unleashing my whole thing.
Still waiting.
That was kind of the context of the last conversation.
Still waiting.
Okay. Hold on, I need to go.
Need more time.
God damn it! Why did he bring me a snack? I should have said no. Guacamole's really calorie heavy, isn't it? We got ripped off the Epstein stuff.
Sweet revenge.
Alyssa was like, hey, I want to talk to you about something. I want to tell you something. Promise you won't get mad. And I was like,
Is this his daughter right here?
first of all, I'm never going to make a promise like that. Because I might get mad. And second of all, let's just have the conversation on the show. And you were like, not so sure you want to do that.
I think it'll be helpful for other people to listen to because I know the difference in our relationship versus the mass majority and the reaction most people would get, I feel like. And it can create toxicity. And I feel like you're going to have your own opinions, and that's what I'm also here to listen to, is also hear you out and hear your opinions. But I feel like you're going to have a healthier reaction than most parents might, and it could be helpful for other people to listen to, including parents.
Are you moving out of state? Oh, God. Get to your offensive statement.
It's not offensive. So I've kind of joked about it before starting an OnlyFans, but it's also not what you think either. I would be taking a more model route in that way, but I also do feel like we obviously...
Wait, was his face that red 5 seconds ago? My God.
OnlyFans, but it's also not what you think either. I would be taking a more model route in that way, but I also do feel like we obviously have a little bit of a presence together, so I want to get your opinions and thoughts, and I also want to tell you, but I also feel like I have assets that I could capitalize on. And I'm a businesswoman. You taught me to be a businesswoman. And I have my boundaries as well as my own adult. There are a lot of things that I won't do, but there's also, you know, some modeling I would love to do anyway. So, there's that.
First and foremost, you know, I love you. I respect you. I've raised you to be independent, to be, like you said, to be business-minded, to be logical. And I guess the biggest thing is being safe. Like, having a daughter already, knowing that you're highly likely to be assaulted or hit or groped or something like that, that's already on a father's mind when he has a girl. So there's that protection part of me that's like, I don't want you to be opened up to even more people stalking or chasing you or doing stuff, because I have bail money. Like, I'm willing to straight up go to prison.
I know.
That's already a problem. that we have to deal with, and then on top of that, you being like, oh, here's a booby. Now, just a lot of what I'm feeling is like protection. I don't want you to do something that's gonna make something harder on you later in life. Like when I was 19, I thought I was going to be one thing, and my life completely went in a different direction. What if when you're 37, you decide to run for president or run for some kind of office, or you want to be taken seriously as an actor in some major, or you want to be an outspoken, activist in a certain thing, and this comes back to haunt you? Maybe society will grow up and that kind of stuff won't affect you negatively, but I'm concerned with your safety, I'm concerned with your future, and I don't want you to do anything that's going to harm future you. My fear is that you would do something now, get money now, and then when you're in your 40s, you look back on it and go, man, I really had an opportunity to do something bigger with my life, and because that stuff exists on the internet, now I'm prohibited or restricted in some other aspect of my life. I raise you to respect yourself and to be safe. And I mean, you're a grown woman. You're going to do what you're going to do. Doesn't feel great, but I love you. I respect you. And if that's what you want to do, then I mean, I support you. Whatever you want to do, I just really want you to be careful.
Well, that's why I have
everything that I just
boundaries.
said, not only your safety, but your future opportunities.
How is she really 18? Somebody said that. Did she just turn 18?
Like I have to do it in a way that's classy and respectful of who you are, and not ruin future opportunities.
Yeah, and that's where like I have my boundaries.
I don't own you, I don't control you, you're not mine, but I care so deeply about you. Like there's not another single human on this planet
Okay, I was
that
saying
I
19.
care to protect more than you. And so it's just a safety thing. I appreciate you telling me and us talking about it. I'm glad we're close enough to have this conversation.
I'd rather you know than
It's not up to me. You know what I mean? You don't need my approval or blessing. I mean, I trust you to handle yourself. Like my job as your parent is to teach you how to live without me. Like I know it sounds morbid and screwed up, but I don't want to be on my deathbed in my 90s and having you being like, Dad, don't leave. I don't know how to do taxes. I'm like, I want you to be like, I got this. Like, no, you're fine. I want
Feels wrong to have this convo on a podcast. Why?
peacefully, pass into my death knowing that you're going to be fine. So I've given you those tools up to this point for you to just handle your business.
a lot of people are gonna feel like this is like because I don't respect myself. And I feel like the one thing that I do want to make clear is that this is because I respect myself. I want to just do it the fastest way possible so I have more time to do things like rescues and charities and help my family and my friends that need help.
So this is really my fault because I failed to become a billionaire
Absolutely your fault. Absolutely.
before you became an adult. If I'd been a billionaire, you'd be like, there's no point.
You didn't realize that your child was gonna be just like money hungry and business drawn.
Well, there you go, dads.
And here I am.
Go get your bag so that your daughter doesn't have to. You have to know that whatever you're about to do has a timeline.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a shelf life, is what we would call it in the industry.
Bonus.
Well, no, it's going to end. Like you can't be like, oh, I made all this money this month. It's going to be like this for the rest of my life. You have please promise me that you're going to put back money.
Of
that you're going to
course.
save. That you're going to invest. Like that we can have a financial planner and advisor you can talk to.
I have a financial business advisor who already wants to help me, and I know I'm gonna invest and save, and also I want to get into stocks too.
Okay.
And when I have some money, I'm gonna buy a house.
Maybe.
You're getting jealous of all the money.
I want to buy a house too. Maybe I'll start OnlyFans. Is there OnlyMans?
Need more time.
Dad.
Can I be OnlyMans?
Oh my god.
Let me know, ladies.
Only man.
Or dudes.
You did not just say only man.
We go. You sign for that? Look at that. Bam. Look at that.
You did not
Look,
just say
look, look at that. Wait, hold up. Bam. $5. Alyssa, please be careful out there.
Why I have boundaries is because I don't know 30-year-old me. Like I know me, and I feel like I'm gonna still be okay with it, but I also want to make sure I have that room to change if I feel like I want to.
I love you and respect you and support you through all of it. So
Yay!
please be safe. Like I'm here for you, like through the process. If I don't know anything about OnlyFans, but if something goes sideways with them, there's like a business issue or a contract, I don't need to be like, I can't ask my dad about this because it's OnlyFans. Like, when I say support, I mean I'm gonna show up and create space for you throughout the process. So like,
Okay. That would be helpful because definitely helpful when it comes to business and numbers. I want to help puppies.
like you can help animals with your clothes on. I hear those places exist.
Yeah, I gotta put the link in my bio now, don't I?
I love you, Tilsa.
I love you.
Be safe.
I will.
Damn it.
I'm always safe, and I always have.
Go watch my OnlyFans drop.
That was just a taste.
Comment below if you sign up. Why not? You stay away from mine, I'll stay away from yours.
No, only man's dad.
Whatever. Maybe I'll just be walking around just being like, hey, honey, don't worry about that. I'll take care of the dishes. Who's gonna do that? Just an only man.
A lonely man. Lonely man.
I raised you to make good decisions, to respect yourself, to respect other people, to make the best decisions that you can in the time that you have for yourself. And if you feel like that's what this is, then you need to do that. Like I said, I just want you to be
Safe.
I just want to be safe.
I'll be safe. I'll be safe if you be safe.
All right.
Without only man's.
No, I'm doing it.
You're gonna do it.
Maybe.
Good heavens.
Maybe I'll have to have a podcast where I have to reveal to you that I'm dropping mine.
You don't need to tell me. I'll probably.
Oh, no, I'm dropping it.
I mean, it's nice that they can have the conversation. That's nice. I feel like the dad could have given a lot more perspective or potential pushback, but I don't know if this is like edited or cut. I'm sure they'll have like a deeper conversation on it, I guess. Would you let your daughter create an OnlyFans? No, I mean, like I said, I think you kind of like hope you aspire that your children like go big into some like highly educated, highly specialized field, like change lives. But I mean, if that's an option available to them in terms of like making a fuck ton of money, and if they can make a fuck ton of money for it. Pushback, what pushback would you give and why? Well, if you want to get into not safe for work content, you have to strategize around it significantly. Like there's a lot of, yeah, like if you start posting, like full boy girl content, right, as a beginner, like you're limiting the potential growth of your stuff. Like, you have to expand other platforms before getting into not safe for work content because it's going to hit expansions later on. There's like a whole bunch of like strategizing stuff that goes into doing it that you probably need to talk about. Also, her saying over and over again, like, I have boundaries, that's kind of true, but if she is truly only 18 or 19, those boundaries can change significantly when you start to make a lot more money. People's minds can get really fucked on that, even in conventional careers. Feels like OnlyFans or not safe for content is just a really lazy career path that is not sustainable in the long run. Sure, but that's true of, like, every low-level, like, service job. But I mean, you can make a lot more money doing this, depending on. Plus, the work is more fun, and you can control it better. Don't want to blow out your puss too early. I don't think your puss gets blown out, my dude. How many of them make 100K or more over a couple years, though? It has to be a small number. Probably a really small number. Not very many are that successful. But if she's already got a social media following, she could flip that into huge money, right? Just depends. How about the argument that it could come back to haunt her if she wants to get taken seriously later? I mean, maybe, but I mean, like, that's true of a lot of things in life. The question would be, like, is she gonna turn into the type of person that would want to be with a person that would judge somebody that harshly for doing, like, OnlyFans? I'm guessing right now at 18 or 19, the answer would obviously be no. Would she change that significantly in the future? I don't know, maybe not. But it's kind of hard to plan your whole life around, like, potential hang-ups that people that you might not even care about in the future might have, and then live your whole life around that right now. It's a pretty tall order, I think.
I need to go back.
Her brain is not fully formed, and she is making a bad decision. It's not 18-year-old men joining the military riding a motorcycle without a helmet. They do not consider the consequences. Oh, it's like 18-year-old men joining the military or riding a motorcycle without a helmet. I mean, those two things can end up in death, right? Your brain's not fully formed until you're, like, a little bit past 30, I think. But I'm pretty sure most of it's there by the time you're, like, 16, 17, 18. Most of the parts around the 25 number is not true. Don't cite that. That literally comes from nowhere, and it means nothing, and it's not true. There's no basis in science for that. Your brain finishes forming when you're 25. But also the biggest things that you lack when you're growing, like from that 18 to 30 age or whatever, the biggest issue that you have with your brain is inhibition anyway. It's not like long-term, like, planning or making choices like that. It's usually like spur-of-the-moment inhibition, I think, is the number one thing that people with less developed brains have issues with. It feels like she already made up her mind and wants to do it either way. Don't think anything Dad could have said that would have changed her mind. I think it's about the money, though. Girls at that age are usually after male attention. Is that true? I feel like as a girl, by the time you're 18, 19, you already have, like, all the male attention in the world anyway. The 25 number isn't true. What's your basis for saying that? I don't know. There was some researcher, like, a long fucking time ago where he was, like, studying, like, brain development, and he went into, like, 25, and then that's where the study cut off, and then people were like, oh, look, your brain stops developing at 25. It was just, there's, like, no basis. I'm pretty sure it, like, continues into your 30s, or at least early 30s. But the idea that your brain, like, stops at 25 and that's fully grown, it's like I don't think there's any real scientific basis for that. Is that really substantiated that OnlyFans destroys your later career prospects? Feels like a point with not much evidence given. Yeah, that's also not really, there's no evidence for that as well. Although I think a lot of that are holdovers from millennials that are my age and older and Gen Xers. Something that used to be true was like a nude leak of somebody was literally the end of the fucking world. The idea that like a nude picture would be leaked, or even taking nude pictures, was a really, really, really big deal. It was really hard to do. You'd have to get like a camera, you gotta get the pictures developed, you gotta buy Polaroids. It was like a whole thing. But now I feel like every motherfucker in the world is like sending nudes and shit. Even in conservative relationships, like people will send nudes to each other on phones and stuff. So. Destiny, so you saw one article or something that said the 25 number was wrong and that's your entire basis? No, my basis was that the basis for the 25 number is bullshit. Not that there was an article that said it was wrong, but that the basis for the 25 number is bullshit. Just like you have to drink 20 glasses of water today is also bullshit, because the basis for that was bullshit. It's an arbitrary threshold for measuring dehydration in children with absolutely no mapping onto actual health outcomes or anything at all. The answer for how much water should you drink in a day is you should drink enough water so that you feel like you're not thirsty anymore. And when you go pee, it's like generally like light yellow. That's like the only marker for hydration that matters. The idea that you need to be downing like 50 ounces a day or 20,000 cups or 40 million liters is all bullshit. People say that is bullshit. There's no scientific foundation for it whatsoever. As long as your pee is like generally light yellow, you're fine. Anyone else's is bullshit. It's the same thing with the brain at 25 thing. They come from like one study or one thing that one person said that gets misinterpreted and it was like an old wives' tale that's told throughout like all the rest of the future humanity.
Still waiting.
I think the effect on careers is probably more in the lack of soft skills. This type of job doesn't really develop any soft skills that translate to other jobs. I mean, like, the soft skills you develop in any job can translate to any other job or not. That really just depends. You can work a lot of jobs and get fuck all out of it. But, yeah, I don't know. It just depends. How does Vyvanse affect the way you hydrate? Oh, well, in Vyvanse, or like for amphetamines, I think you have to intentionally drink water because you won't feel thirsty. So that's okay. If you're taking medications, it might alter anything you say. What do you think of the idea that doing something easy to get money early on in life can lead to a shitty character later in life, i.e., people benefit from doing shitty fast food jobs because of the struggle? If so, does this apply to OnlyFans? It could. It could, but guess what? Most people that came from hard backgrounds that had to work really hard to become successful, most of those people don't become successful, and most of them are losers and assholes too. So, I mean, like, what do you want to say? Like, sometimes people repeat stuff that sounds good because we like to think that there's like some kind of nobility in suffering. There's not all the time. Most people that suffer suck. They're shitty people because suffering makes you a shitty person. Because why wouldn't it? Suffering sucks. It's not gonna make you a good person. You know what makes people good people is generally softer lives, really nice parents, high socioeconomic backgrounds, good schools and good teachers, families with moms and dads that are loving their children. Like, that's generally what makes good people, right? Now, if you put people in really fucked situations, okay, out of 1,000 people, 1 or 2 might come out that are exceptionally good. But here's a couple problems. One is that's statistically improbable, so it shouldn't be a good way to create good people because for most people it fails. And 2, who's to say that those people became good people because of their backgrounds? What if they would have had a better background? You know, maybe they could have been even better people, right? Maybe. Do you not agree that exceptional people come from exceptional circumstances? Yeah, that's what I just said. Isn't part of why we say to go to college so you don't go down the same path of hardship? I think college is good because it makes you a well-rounded person. It makes you have to study more, blah, blah, blah. Like, I want Nathan to go to college.
Feel my breath. Not ready yet.
Elon Musk came from nothing and became a nuclear physicist. Not sure I guess. Did Elon get a degree in nuclear physics? Is that true? You got a BA that mean 2 different degrees?
Need more time.
We got a Bachelor of Arts degree in Physics and a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics.
Still waiting.
There you go.
Need more time.
Do some research finally. I don't care about cultist content of losers asking for a salvation and you're preaching it. Well, loser KD423. Thank you for saying it. I forgot that I was streaming today. Just to you and only to you. You're the only person that matters in here right now. You, your sensibilities, your desires, the things that you want me to do are the only things that matter right now. Nothing else in this world is important. You are the main character. I'm not even a real person. I exist in your screen just to entertain you. As soon as you turn my stream off and walk out the room, I cease to exist. I'm only here for you. Also, what's the best website to buy bulk ammunition from? Somebody tell me. And I'm gonna go brush my teeth because I need to do this. 1 second.
Not ready yet. Need more time. You won't survive that. Not ready yet. Still waiting. Not ready yet.
Palmetto State Armory is decent for ammo. Oh, they make all the, like, the clone guns, right?
Need more time. Still waiting.
Check ammo seat. Oh, I think I used to cite one off. What was the name of your range pistol that you liked the most? There's one range pistol I shot that in our shooting adventures, it was super good. Oh, they sent us pictures that they took. I think I tweeted one of them. Look at my good friend, Turkey Thomas. Look how badass he is. He's got that cigarette in his mouth.
I must heal.
I think these are PSA guns.
Need more time. Still waiting.
Jessica says that Superman is a boring character. Can you steal man why he's dead wrong? Superman, who cares? How tall is Turkey Tom? I think it's like 5'10", maybe? Maybe 5'11". Never seen you wear jeans. Oh, a lot of what we do for these guys involves like a lot of holster stuff, so you have to have jeans for a belt. Wow, Jokey, thanks for the $10 confirmation that Epstein was indeed murdered. Who shoots 10mm ammunition? The fuck? Click see. Who is mine? No. Show more pics.
Nephilim! We found something we can use!
I cannot open this. Not ready yet. Need more time. That would not be why.
What do you find? Wasn't there a way to sort this for like price per bullet? Am I crazy?
What's up, no name? chilling.
Start Hunter x Hunter,
Diablo Season 30 came out this weekend, and
oh, it's already sorted by price for bullet.
I'm just kicking it.
I have to like look up like what the good. I don't even know who sells bullets anymore. Back when I used to buy it in bulk, you'd buy.
What about you?
I think like I would
still Bloodborne.
Good shit. Oh, they still have federal bullets. Is this still what people suggest, or are there like other? Because sometimes when you buy the shitty ammo, you run into like the primers suck, or they accidentally download CP on your computer. Like dumb shit happens when you buy stuff like this. Gotten a lot of trouble in the past. The ratings on the right are a good sign. Shipping rating or what rating?
Oh yeah.
Shipping cost?
Yeah, I've never been much of a like competitive online multiplayer.
Oh. Is this just for the retail?
Yeah, those are the worst. Like I played Ghost of Tsushima Legends, and the community there was super vanilla, super chill, super nice, and even then going on a losing streak with the like completely mild trash talk that we used to like employ on each other, it still wasn't a good feeling. So I imagine when you get like real degenerate people calling you like slurs and shit.
How y'all doing this morning? Good morning. I'm a little nervous. I'm used to having a
Why was I linked to this?
rock and roll band behind me when I have a microphone in front of me.
Musician Jason DeFord, aka Jelly Roll, speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill today about fentanyl, something the country music star knows well.
I was a part of the problem. I am here
Yeah,
now standing
dude.
as a man that
I feel
was
like
to be part of the
Overwatch
solution.
and Call of
Sharing his lived
Duty
experience as a former
and
drug dealer.
like
Brought my community down.
League of
I hurt
Legends,
people. I was the uneducated man in
Dota,
the kitchen playing chemist with drugs I knew
CS:GO,
absolutely nothing about.
all
Just
all
like
of
these
the
drug dealers are
all the
doing
ones I
right now
mentioned
with
are just
releasing
like
every drug on the
wall-to-wall
market. And
degenerates.
they're killing the people we love.
He's urging Congress to pass legislation that would stop the flow of fentanyl in the U.S., imposing sanctions on Chinese suppliers and Mexican drug cartels for bringing it into the country.
I truly believe in my heart that this bill will stop the supply
You
and
got
can't
hate
help
in
stop
your
the
heart,
supply
let
of
it out.
fentanyl.
The artist rose to fame singing hits like Son of a Sinner.
These back roads got me. These pills pretend to be my friend. I'm done for the last time.
Tackling his own past of addiction and time in prison. That vulnerability striking a deep chord with fans.
Why do you think you mean so much to people?
I represent over.
This is where my sociopath side comes out. I understand, like, I guess stories like these make people feel good because you can, like, relate to the guy, but, like, no offense, like, if you sold drugs, you're probably, like, the least important person in the entire, like, schema of drug issues in the United States. Like you don't matter. You could have died and literally anybody else probably could have sold or made these drugs, right? Like, do these people matter at all, these, like, drug middlemen?
I represent the guy that wasn't supposed to make it making it. And I think that's how we all feel sitting at home, right? Is that there's like this glimmer of hope.
Just want to say you rock, man. Much love to you. Thanks, the smokestack relic.
When a guy like me makes it through the cracks.
His songs about drug addiction, like She, drawing.
Do you think women's health is less researched than men's health? I have no idea. In some ways, maybe yes. In other ways, definitely not. I'm sure there's a lot of research on like childbirth and stuff that's pretty unique to women that isn't involving men, but I'm sure like more men are probably research subjects for things like military stuff and whatnot. I don't know. I don't know.
On his troubled childhood.
See the sunrise in her eyes before the cold November rain.
First top in record charts as an emerging artist.
Shaking notice.
Jelly Roll has since racked up 3 CMT Music Awards. And last November, won the Country Music Award for New Artist of the Year.
There is something poetic about a 39-year-old man winning New Artist of the Year. I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby.
Jelly is using his newfound fame to raise awareness.
His point is that the end dealers like him are cutting drugs with stuff like fentanyl. Okay. Well, what's the point? Or what? Yeah.
Awareness is the fentanyl crisis spread to the country. Since 2019, fentanyl poisoning has become the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. According to the CDC, over 150 people die every day from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. That's more than 50,000 victims each year, and that number is predicted to go up.
I brought myself to
No, there's 100% a data gap. Men are used the most in medical tests. A lot of drugs are tested on men alone, despite them having different effects on women. Listen, I'm gonna give you my intuitive feeling on that, and if I'm wrong, go ahead and point that out. I would be shocked if any drug the FDA approved in the last like 50 years was only tested on men. That'd be wild if that was the case. You're telling me there are FDA drugs that get through phase 3 trials that get fully approved by the FDA in the past 50 years that are only tested on men? Only?
Raging epidemic, leading many families to pay the highest price. Amy Neville lost her 14-year-old son, Alexander.
He was gone in school and not reading. I can still see him flying out of his bed chair.
And Dr. Laura Berger, who lost her 16-year-old son, Sammy, to the drug.
This was murder. This was fentanyl poisoning. He did not need to take fentanyl. He did not want to take fentanyl. But what he took was counterfeit, and it was fentanyl.
For Jelly Roll, his mission is to prevent another family from losing their loved one to fentanyl.
I'm surprised I didn't get killed, to be honest. But even deeper than just my own personal struggle with addiction.
A kid from the streets of...
Okay, whoo! If there are any big drug people in chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Let's understand something real quick, okay? Okay.
Not ready yet.
All right, let's say that I buy a drug, okay? I buy a drug, here it is. Okay. Let's say that this drug is MDMA, okay? So it stands for some bullshit, nothing coming in. We don't actually need that, but... Methylene dioxymethamphetamine, there you go, okay. Wow, so scientific, okay? Okay, you have some drug, okay? MDMA is here, makes you feel really, 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 really good, okay? So effects might be empathy, cuddling, whatever bullshit, right? This is a drug we have, okay? Let's say that I buy, I'm making all these things up, okay? Let's say that I buy 1 kilogram of this drug for, let's say that I buy this drug for 1 kilogram, we'll say for $1,000, okay? Boom, okay? Now, let's say that I can resell this drug, if I do it by individual pills or whatever, let's say that I can resell this drug for $2,000, meaning I take this, I put them into capsules, I divvy them up to my dealers, you know, if there's other people involved, they're going to take a couple of them, right? So, I have a drug, okay, and it's,
Need more time.
I've got a drug, I buy it for $1,000, okay? And then I can either press it into pills, do something else, and I can sell it for $2,000, okay?
Still waiting.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I can make $1,000, all right? But, okay? What if I also got something, I don't even know all the compounds that are here, okay? But I think baking soda does nothing, right? Like if you eat baking soda or if you like put it in a pill or whatever, is this just like what do they call these compounds that are inert or whatever? Is baking soda one of these or is it something different? Some type of like filler material basically. Let's say that I buy a bunch of this shit, okay? We'll say that I buy 1 kilogram. Somebody said people use baby powder. Okay, I don't know. A base, okay. 7 pH. Right. Let's say that I buy this, and let's say that this costs me, for a kilogram of this, let's say I can buy this for like $10, okay? Now what I could do is, I could mix these two things together, okay? I could mix these two things together, and now what I've created is 2 kilograms of MDMA from only 1 kilogram of MDMA. I mix them together, I sell them to people, and now, instead of making $1,000, right, with $2,000 profit, now I could make, because I'm selling it for $4,000, my profit grows to $3,000, okay? I've tripled my profit, okay? I've tripled my profit. When somebody says that a drug, I believe this is correct, okay? We're talking about cutting and lysine. When people cut drugs, what they're doing is they're diluting what you hope is like the molecular weight of the drug. That if I buy 100 milligrams of MDMA, I'm getting 100 milligrams of MDMA. What you're actually getting is like 50 milligrams of MDMA and 50 milligrams of some bullshit filler that, you know, you'll still get high, but it's not going to be that good, right? As if you had like the pure shit. This is called cutting, okay? The point of cutting is you buy some inert bullshit that's cheap, you mix it with your primary drug, and now you've got like a diluted bullshit that you can still sell on the market. Now, there's some issues here. There's some issues here with cutting that should be immediately and totally obvious. One issue, we'll go to the main issue. The main issue is that if I buy some MDMA from you, if I test it, I don't know if you can test your filler actually, but if I test it and there's a filler that can come up on a marquee reagent kit or some bullshit, or if I do it and it just sucks, right? Let's say that I get a press pill, I take it, and I suck. This is supposed to be 100 milligrams of MDMA. This sucks. I'm like barely fucking rolling. I'm not gonna buy from you anymore because fuck you. Why the fuck would I do that? So we don't do this, okay? Let's say that now we've got an issue, okay? I think there's, okay. Listen, I'm not a super drug person. It's just peripheral information. So if I'm wrong, somebody, okay. So instead, now we have an issue where if we cut things, okay, if we dilute our initial product, people aren't gonna buy from us very much, and people aren't gonna be happy with what they get because now you're fucked. Well, there's another thing that you can do on top of cutting, which is, I think cutting is usually talked about in terms of diluting a product with some bullshit base that does nothing. Then you can lace it, where you add in another product that, if it doesn't simulate the feeling of this drug, it's at least kind of close, but it's usually a lot cheaper than this drug. I don't know what gets you. There's a lot of exotic research chemicals that can emulate like MDMA, but they might be way more potent and they might be way cheaper. So what I could do is I could buy a bunch of certain research chemical. Maybe this research chemical is $100 for this, okay? And we mix them all together, and now we've created 3 kilograms of MDMA, and it's not really pure MDMA. So you're saving a lot of your expensive cost here, all right? But it's not like dog shit. It still feels good because you're adding in like these other bullshit stimulants, these other research chemicals that are like, they get pretty close, but they're a lot cheaper. So you're making a fuck ton of money selling a diluted but also boosted product, right? So this part here is called cutting. You're adding some bullshit base to extend your product. And then this here is lacing, where you're trying to up the effectiveness of your drug by adding something highly potent that's hopefully cheaper than the original drug, okay? So this is like cutting and lacing, okay? Now, my understanding is the issue, I'm not gonna be able to tell you any of the specifics here for drugs, because I don't do downers, because those are the losers and they're boring drugs, and they kill you, sometimes. The issue is that there's a drug called fentanyl, okay? What is this? It's an opioid-based thing, right? Fentanyl. Synthetic opioid drug. This is like ultra potent. The problem with fentanyl is I believe fentanyl is super fucking potent, but I think it's also pretty fucking cheap given how little of it you need to make somebody feel good. So I think that when you're selling drugs like...
Get fucked, mouthfeel. Get fucked, mouthfeel. God damn.
What drugs most commonly
Son of
found
a bitch.
fentanyl in heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine combined into pills. The thing with fentanyl is that because fentanyl is
Appreciate
so
that,
cheap
man.
and so widely available and is so fucking potent, people
It's
will
not
cut
supposed to
other
be-
drugs with fentanyl in order to save a lot of money on their
Not
drugs.
supposed to be
boost
fighting them
potency
the
of their
first time
shit.
on a character
But
this
because
low
it's so
tier
potent,
on Torment 1.
because
so.
it's so accessible and easily available and blah blah blah, it's very easy for like an amateur person to accidentally put too much fentanyl in a particular product and now you're dead. Yeah. So I think this is the issue when you're talking about like cutting, lacing. Cutting something is you're usually diluting it with bullshit. Lacing means that you're adding something back in or adding something to something to make it way more potent. But sometimes the things that you lace something with could be if you fuck up even a little bit depending on the drug. Usually, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Usually it's not as big of a deal, kind of. Like people will talk about like heroin is so scary and meth is so scary, and it's like yeah, they kind of are. Fentanyl though is really scary because I think fentanyl can kill you with a really low amount, even if you're young and healthy. Fentanyl can kill you, and usually with other drugs, you have to fuck up quite a bit to die. But with fentanyl, you don't have to fuck up that much to die, which is why fentanyl is so scary. Fuck, I don't know if these. I've seen this picture before. I should verify this is true or not, because I never trust government anything on drug shit because they're so fucking retarded.
Actually, I gotta pee. Hang out, hoodie. I'll be right back. Alright. Appreciate that. So you were playing Overwatch. What are you gonna get into for the rest of the night? The night is young.
Still waiting. Need more time. Darkness awaits you.
That's what's up. Dude, there's some aspect of complete and utter genius to the beginning of that game. I never, like, there's no single game that I just enjoy a fresh start in more than just starting out fresh in Bloodborne. I feel like the later areas sort of get more tedious, but that first area is just so fun to fuck up those guys who talk about I'll mess up your brains, and those first couple of werewolves on the Great Bridge, Gascoigne and the Cleric Beast, even all the way down past Jura to the Blood-Starved Beast. All that shit is super fun. And then you get the chalices, and I like to go all the way up through Lower Thumeru and try and beat Rom. But yeah, after beating Rom in-game, going to Yargul, that shit gets fucking tedious and annoying. I mean, don't misunderstand, I've done it in excess of 8 or 10 times probably, but I've probably started the game and gotten to halfway through 20 times.
Need more time.
Yeah, I played Elden Ring. I'm when I'm being arrogant and not so humble, I can tell you that I'm a fucking absolute monster at fucking Sekiro. Dark Souls 3, I never finished completely. Probably started and got halfway through that game twice. I finished Elden Ring and never wanted to really go back. So yes and no. I mean, I got Armored Core 6 and I like that game, but that's another one of those, like, play it once and then go through the multiple New Game Plus cycles that you're intended to do to get the whole story, and then I deleted it off my PS5 because I didn't have space. And yeah, it's basically Bloodborne and Sekiro that solidify From Software in my mind.
Still waiting.
The the slower paced, role oriented combat of the other Souls titles that aren't Bloodborne and Sekiro. Was sort of ruined by the fact that I played Bloodborne and Sekiro first.
Not ready yet.
I believe that I will go to my grave saying that Sekiro is the greatest combat system ever devised in a video game. Buy it on the computer. There's extra mods because the fucking the community that does love Sekiro is so enthusiastic about it. They've come out with what I would consider like Sekiro 1.5, like a rework of 90% of the vanilla bosses to be like have completely different move sets and be like at least 100% more challenging. Play through vanilla Sekiro, get real good at it, and then go into Sekiro Resurrection mod and get your shit handed to you, and then get good at that. And that you'll sink 500 hours into that, and you won't feel as though you squandered a single minute of it.
Still waiting.
In one man's humble opinion.
Need more time. I can get accustomed to that. Not ready yet. Bleed, you filth!
I mean, Sekiro came out in 2019.
Need more time.
My 1050 Ti fucking gaming laptop was able to
Feel my wrath.
play the game. You may not be able to play on the highest like
Not ready yet.
fucking shaders and textures and shit like that, but I played through the game on a 2016 $800 Dell gaming laptop.
Not ready yet. No, I will not do that.
Yeah, I was playing Liza P 2 nights ago. Liza P is the closest successor to Sekiro and Bloodborne that I think we're ever gonna get, because From Software pretty much refuses to do anything more than the one DLC that they did for Bloodborne, and won't even give us DLC for Sekiro. But Liza P apparently is going to have its own extended universe, and it was a dope-ass game. Really, really good game.
My pack is full. I need to go back.
What about you? What is this cultist page shit? I'm just selling it.
Something for you. You look like you could use a new item of indeterminate usefulness.
Yeah, dude. So you, I take it you have a computer and a PlayStation? Obviously, I'm blew my brains out. You play Bloodborne. Of course you have a PlayStation. I'm tripping. My bad.
Do come back again. Oh, that's
Ah, yes. Now I'm fucking cooking with gas. Cheap computer and a PS4. I mean, oh, I just got the second item of a set that's gonna make. I'm gonna basically have to put the difficulty up to like Torment 3 for things to even be difficult after this point. The ramp up is pretty quick if you know what you're looking for in Diablo 3. Alright, I got 3 mil. Probably don't want to start investing in gems yet. I need to figure out what, I don't have enough Forgotten Souls to do. Upgrade. Rare. Okay, I can upgrade a rare.
The city is dark and
Nice, Carly's Point. Bolas, Chakram, Phantom Knife, Impale. Damage of Impale. Increase. Alright, yep. Impale it is. Watch this shit, these fools are done for. Yeah. I was doing like 1.7 thousand. Now I'm doing like 1.7 thousand million damage to these people. Yep. Well, that's why they have 16 different torment levels. Alright. Just gotta finish. Alright, cool. One more bounty, and then I can get out of this difficulty and start either grinding rifts or higher level bounties. Entrance to the tidal cave, you say?
Darkness awaits you.
Should almost change what? You're like a wider area fan of knives. Stunned. Also throw long range knives, 5 additional. Do that on bolas. Explodes in radius. No, I like Thunderbolt.
Bleed, you filth. Not ready yet. Darkness awaits you. Still waiting. Darkness awaits you. Need more time. Not ready yet. Vengeance!
Lahu Zahur. He was off screen.
need to go back.
You have done well.
I can't carry anymore. I'm overburdened.
Such a brave soul.
Alright, boots. Let me get some boots, Kadala.
Do come back again.
Lame.
See you soon.
Marauders, I fuck with them. We can hang on to those for now, yeah. Blackthorn belt. No, we need some bracers.
What? I didn't even know I had that thing. Don't forget, luck always.
Haha. Ancient Parthan defenders, baby. Alright. My work here is done. Did that one last night. What do I think I can handle? Gonna guess I can probably do Torment 6, but I'm gonna keep dying, so I'm gonna do Torment 4, Torment 5. Let's go! I'm really gonna start getting some unique items. Kadala, you got a pair of gloves I can wear.
Don't be shy.
That is too expensive.
No, you don't.
Are you ready? Then your trial begins. Sweet revenge. Darkness awaits you. Still waiting. Vengeance! Need more time. You won't survive that. Still waiting. You won't survive that. Go down easily. Feel my wrath. Not ready yet. Need more time. Do you want more? Your fear betrays you. The Rift Guardian has found
One shot.
When they had the
You have triumphed.
Yeah, that's all because of this pair of shoulders that I found.
You have a gem.
Yes, I have a gem. It's getting chilly in this bitch. I need to turn the brightness back down on that. Turn the contrast a bit up. That's been great.
I am returning to town. The blood.
Excellent. This will help.
Embrace your power, and you will survive. Not ready yet. You won't survive that. Your fear betrays you. Sweet revenge. Need more time. Feel my wrath. Darkness awaits you. Do you want more? I'm still waiting. Just a taste. Not ready yet. Need more time. Bleed, you filth. Still waiting. Vengeance!
The Rift Guardian has arrived.
You have triumphed. Yes.
I am returning to town.
The blood runs true.
God damn right it does.
Unleash your power, champion.
Not ready yet. You won't survive that. Darkness awaits you. Your fear betrays you.
I got cocky.
Sweet revenge. I need more discipline. Not enough discipline. You won't survive that. You won't survive that. Not ready yet. Need more time. Darkness awaits you. Still waiting. Sweet revenge. That was just a taste. Your fear betrays you. Vengeance. Not ready yet. An incredible feat. Bleed, you filth. Darkness awaits you. Need more time. The Rift Guardian has arrived.
Where the fuck are all my goodies, bro? This is like Torment 6. Drop levels are insane.
I need to go back.
I grant you the power.
let's see. This is talking fentanyl. Jeez. Okay, so if I'm correct. Oh, fuck, I forget my abbreviations. How many micrograms is a milligram? How many micrograms is a milligram?
1,000?
Damn. Is that right? Holy shit. Okay. So if you want to roll really well, everything I say is just a guide, okay? Keep in mind, everything I'm saying is a guide, okay? 100 milligrams of MDMA is a good roll. If it's pure, test it, make sure you're not doing dumb shit. 100 milligrams of MDMA is a good roll. That's a... let's see what they say on their thing. Yeah, okay. 150 plus is getting into heavy things, okay? If you're very brave, maybe 150, 200 milligrams of MDMA, okay? That's like a capsule. I would show you, but I'm not going to get federally fucked because I don't have any of that in my apartment because I would never do drugs. But, yeah. MDMA is, yeah, you put it in a capsule. I wonder if we could see like a capsule of MDMA. Fuck. This looks like, but you don't have like fingers here to measure it. These are like almost half empty. These look like they could be capsules of like MDMA though. Yeah, but you can see these are like, they're not very tightly packed at all, right? But, so you might be doing like 100 to 200 milligrams of MDMA, right? But like the heavy range here, I wonder what the OD threshold is 100 micrograms. So that's 1/10 of 1 milligram is, at least what Psychonaut Wiki rates. I've never done fentanyl before. I don't do any of these loser drugs. All the opioid drugs are not for cool people, okay? You're already in like the heavy dosing range. I wonder what the overdose range is for somebody that doesn't do opioids. Does it say up there? You can use LD50. Oh, I bet it does. It should list it on this, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't. LD50 fentanyl. So the lethal dose 50 for pure fentanyl is 2 milligrams for a typical adult. 2 milligrams. So when you're buying drugs from people, and you're getting drugs from people on the street, and even the people that work above them, if you're buying things like cocaine, have you done cocaine? I haven't yet. If you're buying things like cocaine or other downers or uppers or whatever the fuck this is mixed into, you're relying on them having paid really close attention in chemistry class. You're relying on their tools. Remember that stupid shit you learned in chemistry, like significant figures? Well, now they're really important, okay? Like this number here, okay? These two numbers are worlds apart. These two numbers are very, 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 very different. And you hope that whoever is cutting your shit is being, or lacing it really with fentanyl, is being really, 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 really precise in terms of how they're measuring their stuff and doing this right. Because if they're wrong even a little bit, you could die like instantly. Yeah. What's the LD50 drugs like coke or meth? Damn, what is the LD50? Why is it so much cheaper than the others? Remember, how fun a drug is, or how good a drug is, has nothing to do with how expensive it is. It just has to do with like the process to synthesize it, create it in a lab, like the equipment you need, blah, blah, blah. Fentanyl, for whatever reason, is really easy to make. I don't know why it's easy to make, but it must be if it's so fucking cheap. Methamphetamine. What would the amphetamine, if I had to guess? Pure meth. It's gotta be like, I have no idea. I'm gonna say a gram plus. I might be way over.
Darkness awaits you.
Or it actually, it depends on body weight. No, actually methamphetamine wouldn't be. Wait, right? Oh, this says per kilogram. When I got my wisdom teeth taken out, my dentist gave me like 2 micrograms of fentanyl. That shit was super fucking potent. Yeah. They even cut fentanyl now with stuff called xylazine. There's documentaries of it on YouTube. It legit puts holes in your body to the point to amputate your limbs. Okay. People are saying the precursors to fentanyl are easy to smuggle and make it here. Between that and its high concentration, it's so cheap to produce. You're looking for meth, not it's just for the average human, that would have been 3 grams. Do you think that prescription pain pills are easily accessible, or is it easier to get street drugs? I have no idea. I don't have enough experience buying drugs to be able to tell you that. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Be careful with illegal drugs. You should be aware that certain drugs that you buy have there are some drugs that have a very, very, very high propensity for being cut or laced with really bad shit. Because the original drugs are really cheaper, and the stuff you can lace them with is easy. Like, I think, like, I don't know what emulates weed, and I think weed is pretty cheap. I don't think you run into a lot of, like, laced weed or cut weed. I don't know what's possible. Someone could have wrong. But I know, like, for instance, MDMA is a relatively difficult to synthesize drug, and it's like there's a lot of RCs and other amphetamines that can kind of sort of simulate MDMA. So MDMA is almost always cut with other shit. So, like, testing that drug is really important. I know cocaine, there's huge variances in terms of good coke versus, like, dog shit coke cut or laced with other stuff. K2 and Spice fake synth.
You won't survive that.
Delta alien knockoff. Yeah, but that's also why I always say that you should buy testing kits, buy like an extra pill, or buy an extra hit or bump or whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know why I'm doing this. I can't tell you which ones to buy for.
That was just a taste.
I don't know what to buy for like fentanyl and shit, but I know that there are sites that sell. What am I? This is what I always get for MDMA shit.
Not ready yet.
I don't know if marquee reaction is just like the name of the test and different people sell it, or fucking fentanyl. Oh, because I'm clicking the sponsored links like an actual boomer fucking more.
Bleed, you filth. Need more time.
But yeah, buy testing kits. Figure out a good one. Test your drugs. You'll dump your shit in here. Look at the colors that it turns. It'll tell you. It can at least. It's not. I don't think any of these like home testing kits are going to give you like purity percentages, but at the very least, you can test for. Would you call them contaminants or things that you don't want to show up, right? Like I think for the marquee for MDMA, it's supposed to be dark, dark, dark purple, but if it shows up as like red, that means that there's some other amphetamine present. And if you're wanting pure MDMA, then there shouldn't be any of that. But yeah, okay, there you go. I work in an inpatient pharmacy, and we dispense dozens of vials a day of 2 meter, 2M. It's so cheap in comparison to morphine or codones. Okay. In the UK, MDMA is often laced with something called PMA, which is like a super strong version of MDMA with a lower LD50. Okay.
I need to go back.
Promoting health and safety. Oh, dance safe. Oh, maybe these guys sell shit. I don't know. Should get a sponsor from these guys.
Well, my training has paid off.
AK asked if you could message him. He wants to set something up if you don't mind. Who's AK? You should watch a short bit on how to make some of these drugs. Cocaine is funny as fuck. Okay. Oh, DJ Ack? Why would I message him? He can just DM me, right? Oh, this was the name of that pistol that I shot. That was really good. This was a good range pistol. It just looks ugly as fuck. I hate this brown color. How much did this cost? View models. Both discontinued. Wow. P320 sucks ass. Damn, we got strong feelings in chat. I think I have appreciation for like the full like metal bodied firearms. Like the Glocks are reliable, which is cool. But the I still have that one pistol that I bought. Is so nice and so much fun to shoot. I love this gun. I'm so glad I bought this, even though it's kind of a waste of money. No, it's not a waste of money. I'm rich. This is such a nice gun, but only 8-round magazine. It's so nice, and it looks beautiful. Fuck yes. This one was really fun to shoot at their range, though. You think revolvers are cool? I don't know. Maybe I should buy one and try it. You shot a 1911? Yeah, I did a couple days ago, but I don't care. Would you ever build your own AR? Yeah, someday we'll get to it, okay? Right after we watch Hunter x Hunter, and right after we take physics online, and right after we do... oh yeah, the first link we clicked today, at the beginning of the stream. What would you say to a conservative who thinks illegal immigration is the biggest problem and that Biden is just letting in millions of migrants? Biden is literally not. I don't know where this... That was one... We didn't get to talk about immigration at all. I tried to find information about, like, the Democrats opening the borders. Is this, like, a total fantasy point? Or, like, where do conservatives even get this fucking idea from? It looks like Biden is enforcing the border policy harder than Trump was. Even the Cato Institute seems to say that. Where is this idea that, like, the Democrats open the border? I don't even know, like, what that comes from. Is it just tweets, or... You're an idiot. Why are you trolling right now? Okay, why not just say where it comes from? What's a good first gun to get? Like, would a handgun or a shotgun be a better first choice, and what brand? I mean, I think, like, starting with a handgun is probably fine. They stopped Title 42, and Title 42 was denying asylum during COVID. Sure, but Title 42 can't be used anymore because COVID was over, right? Huggy Gups linked. Johnson, suburban mayors could talk state of Chicago migrant crisis. This doesn't answer my question. I'm asking what is different under Biden versus Trump? What's changed? Has anything changed at all? We have illegals coming, but I mean, they've been coming for 60, 70, 80 years. Like, what?
Still waiting.
I can't find anything. Kamala told them not to come. Do not come. No, that's wrong one.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border.
United States
Do not come.
Mexico, do not come.
Need more time.
Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur.
Do not come.
But we, as one of our...
Why are illegals bad other than the optics?
Do not come.
I mean, well, I mean, for a large variety of reasons. One, just in general, you want to be able to track and account for people in your country. It's important for census purposes. It's important for taxation. It's important for services. It's important for everything. You need to know how many people are in your country. Number one. Number two, you want people to be paying taxes, so they need to be registered with the correct agencies. You know, they need to be the IRS. They need to have social security numbers. Number three is you want to know who's coming into your country, right? Like, if it's a whole bunch of people that are fleeing here to go and work at McDonald's, okay, I mean, that's still, there are problems, but if there are also more nefarious characters crossing, that's not good. Four is it's an additional strain on Border Patrol where you wouldn't want them to waste their time doing this. Like, if I'm paying money for people at the border, I don't really want them, like, kicking back, like, fucking families or guys coming over trying to work. Like, I want them looking for drug dealers, okay? They need to be looking for the Fast and Furious guys crossing the border. Not, you know, Pedro and Juanita bringing their children over to find freedom in California or some shit, right? It's like a stereotypical Hispanic name. I feel like my family doesn't have very many. Cecilia and Marisol. I think is my mom's name in Spanish. Iselina. My sister's name, or my
Not ready yet.
Ruben was an uncle I had. Roberto. I can't roll my R's, so fuck that.
Sweet revenge.
We need some. Jose and Maria. Oh, Maria. Fuck. Obviously. Cecilia and Marisol are her name. Okay. Did you watch your Channel 5 video? No, I don't watch Channel 5 videos. How long is this going to take, actually, so that I know what every single person is going to be asking me? How long is this video? Okay, 60 minutes. We'll watch this, okay? It's 50 million people.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrew Callahan y estás mirando Canal 5. Hoy estamos en la frontera, en una ciudad que se llama Gringo Pass, muy cerca a Mexico. I'm a gringo myself, trying to pass the time and figure...
Vosh's gun is cool. Hold on. Vosh will never have
The Rift Guardian has found...
What is this firearm? I think the gold-plated is gaudy as fuck. Is this a 1911? What is it?
Good to see.
You know what I should buy? What license do I need to ship guns right to my house? I always have to ship them to like a gun dealer, which sucks. I want this gun.
I need to go back.
The Cowboy Bebop gun. Supposedly it's kind of a dog shit weapon, but...
He wants it because it was in an anime.
I wonder what...
It tells you what you need to know, folks.
Get a USP. We should just buy all the anime and video game guns. I said this at one point in time. Why didn't we do it? Okay.
Figure out what the heck's going on. I've been hearing a lot about the border crisis.
The surge at the southern border.
I don't watch anime.
Border
I
crisis
believe you.
this, border crisis that.
More barbed wire on the border.
The border. That's it. Could you do a deep dive on all the immigration crisis? Basically, all my press talk about. I read some CNN articles.
After I watched like 6 episodes in a row of Dragon Ball Z,
But as you can see, there's not diddly squat happening.
Goku screaming at
And that's all by design. A few weeks ago,
Frieza.
Arizona decided to shut down this particular point.
And then his hair turned yellow and they fought and they won in
Derek,
the
there is
end.
no traffic here. However, I have a sweeping suspicion that despite this actual vehicular passageway being closed, there's still a lot of migrants nearby who are attempting to enter the U.S. using different means than a vehicle through an official port of entry. Let's go do some investigations.
I began my investigation by attempting to breach the east side of the port of entry, walking carefully through the Border Patrol parking lot with confidence and purpose to avoid suspicion. We see one of their helicopters fly by, but aside from that, there's absolutely no one around. Or so it seems. As I continue to walk, I notice a suspicious white box truck in the back corner of the parking lot. It appears to be blocking something, but I'm not sure what. In order to get around the truck without raising suspicions, I feign interest in a local stray dog, who I can see frolicking in the distance behind the truck.
Oh, perrito, perro, amigo, ese nombre, perro, ay, perrito, ¿tienes hambre? ¿Eres una treat? Look,
As I suspected, there they were. Hundreds of migrants, seemingly of African origin, lined up against the border fence, hidden from the cameras by Border Patrol. Then, to my left, I see Spanish-speaking migrants, who were already being processed.
What's up? Hola. ¿Qué es tu nombre?
Roberto.
Mi nombre es Andrés. ¿Dónde eres?
De México.
¿Cómo fue tu vida en México?
Pues es que por los carteles nos sacaron. Nos sacaron de las casas.
¿Qué ciudad de México, Dios?
En Veracruz.
Sí.
Sí, muy peligroso. Entonces es que gobierna el cártel de Jalisco.
Sí.
Sí, pues te piden cuota y como si no tienes dinero, ¿de dónde le vas a dar?
Sí.
Y pues te sacan de tus casas.
Authorities in Veracruz have found 34 bodies wrapped in plastic bags in refrigerators.
The Navy says the suspects are part of the so-called New Generation Gang.
Que somos el grupo Marcacetas. Y estamos amenazados que no podemos regresar.
¿Y estás con tu familia aquí?
Sí, con mi esposa y mi niño.
¿Y qué quieres hacer en los Estados Unidos?
Pues quiero ir a trabajar.
Sí. ¿Qué tipo de trabajo prefieres?
Pues no sé, su tío ya dice que me va a acomodar donde él trabaja.
¿Es tu primera vez aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Primera vez.
Sí.
Sí.
¿Y qué piensas?
Pues hay que ir a probar a ver cómo nos va.
¿Y ahora estás con la amiga aquí?
Sí,
¿Ellos van a deportar o no?
Pues no sé, creo que nos van a dar paso para adentro.
¿Hay una ciudad que piensas que vas a ir o?
Pues él está en Los Hills, California.
Sí. ¿Tienes familia en California?
What do you want?
I don't know if I fuck
Lot
with
of
Andrew
fun.
Callahan,
Right
man.
up, you're in the disagreement room.
He's got some pretty pretty credible rape charges against him.
Ajá, su tío de mi esposa.
Best of luck, man. Gracias. Sí.
Roberto's ultimate destination was Lost Hills, California, a small working-class town outside of Bakersfield, where the primary industries are pistachio farming and oil field drilling.
And I don't know, man. I guess the group of friends that I had in high school that liked anime tended to think that because I had cool friends too, that I was a fake friend of theirs, so they never like wanted to fucking invite me over to the fucking anime watching sessions they had. And so yeah, I basically passed middle school watching DBZ with my brother, never got into anime, so it's not my fault. Fuck it. Oh, do I want to keep playing Diablo or do I want to have a break? I think I want to take a break, but I'm not sure. High school was weird as fuck, bro. Like, I was that kid who started out with the nerd friends, but then realized that I could make cool friends too, because I wasn't like a pimple-faced weirdo who was just obsessed with fucking doing his homework, and smoking weed wasn't out of the question. So yeah, I was like accepted by all, befriended by few. Fucking high school, bro.
you soon. Do come back again.
Just realized my ugly mug was covering up the inventory when I opened it up. Isn't that right, button?
Such a brave soul.
How much did that toy rifle on the wall behind you cost? Why do you keep calling it a toy rifle? This is a very nice shotgun. Fuck you.
Quiero ir a estudiar allá, quiero cumplir mi sueño. Estudiar, es mi sueño aquí en Estados Unidos.
Sí, ¿qué quieres estudiar?
Quiero estudiar ingeniero de la agricultura.
Sí.
En las parcelas, en eso de los riegos y todo.
Okay, no offense, but I'm sorry. What is this person 8? I want to say agricultural engineering. Loser, nerd, whoever answers that. What? Hi, Steven. I've noticed conservatives bringing up the border more and more. Any idea if you're going to dive into that subject anytime soon? I'm going to dive into your mom.
Sí. ¿Sabes inglés o no? ¿Quieres aprender?
Nerd.
¿Cómo fue tu vida?
What? Hello? Okay. One day, Con, you're going to figure your mic out, and we're
Loser.
going to be...
Hold on. Sorry, I'm on mobile and my shit's fucked up on the
Nerd.
Jesus. What are you, watching my stream on one phone and talking on Discord on the other phone? What the fuck is your setup right now?
Every time you drag me in here, it switches to my Bluetooth, so I'm trying to fix that.
Switches to your what?
Damn it.
Okay, you can figure it out. I believe in you.
Pues Hay mucho movimiento de eso de las drogas y todo.
Sí.
Muy feo. Pues la
Okay.
droga, la violencia
Hello?
y todo eso.
Hello.
Gun things. I don't know if you're on something else yet. That gun you were looking at, it wasn't Trigun, it's the Cowboy Bebop gun, the Jericho.
Yeah.
That gun is kind of trash. It's also a little too much expensive for what it is. There's a gun that looks very similar, and the Jericho is based on it that is really good. It's called the CZ Shadow 2, or the CZ75B, which is cheaper and better.
Okay, if I was gonna buy a gun because
Also
I like an
prettier.
anime, why the fuck would I buy a different gun that's not from the anime?
Because it looks just like it.
I don't want it to look
almost
just like. I want to be the same one, almost identical.
Well, then get a Rhino, a Chiappa Rhino.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but okay. What else? Second
That's
thing.
that's the Trigun. That's the Trigun revolver.
Oh shit! Wait, what's that one called?
The Chiappa Rhino.
Chiappa Rhino.
Chiappa. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you are looking for a
this must
a
be the
handgun
disagreement
to
room.
carry or like a
I don't need a handgun to carry. I carry a Glock 17.
Disagreement is that you should not buy a SIG. You should not buy a SIG. That's the disagreement.
What's
SIG
wrong with
is trash.
SIGs?
They're bad. They're too expensive. Their bore axis is way too high. They have worse aftermarket than a lot of other guns. SIG tries to sell you all these expensive like mod packs for them that are fucking stupid.
Okay, well, tell me why you only buy Glocks and the shitty fucking polymer frames that melt if you put them in the microwave.
I would never anything with a fucking polymer frame. I only carry steel or allied frame guns like CZs.
Wow. Well, aren't
or
you
revolvers.
Cool? Okay. Well, what brand do you think is the best one? Push.
CZ.
Cringe.
CZ.
What's
if you're
the
gonna
best?
carry it, it's a PO1. If you're gonna keep it by the bed, it's a Shadow 2 or a 75B.
You're dumb, kid.
How much do these cost?
It depends. So CZ has distribution problems because they're weird and Czechoslovakian and stupid. So whenever they put out a big order of them, you can find them at local gun stores or like used on websites like Texas Gun Trader if you're in Texas for like 600, 650. But if you find them online at like DeLunga Armory or something like that, they can be like 750 to 800. It just depends on how patient you are looking for one. But they're well worth that. They shoot better and they operate better than like $1,200 handguns. CZ shooters routinely make 1911 shooters cry and wet their bed.
Okay, if I look at competition shooters, what are they shooting with? Or is it like dictated by the competition?
Yeah, well, it depends on the, it does depend on the competition. Generally, competition shooters are going to be shooting high-end race car 1911s if they're stupid, or if they're really smart, they're going to be shooting CZ Shadow 2s. You can ask any like US PSA shooter ever, and they will tell you that the Shadow 2 is a really, really good bet. If you want like the best like pound for pound dollar value gun for competitive shooting.
Okay, fine.
And in fact, CZ just made a carry model of the Shadow 2. It's like a compact version of it that's pretty cool, and it's optic ready, so you can put your red dot on it.
Wow, what kind of optics do you have on this?
On the PO1?
On your Shadow 2.
Oh, I don't have a Shadow 2. I had a couple before when I shot USPSA, but I sold them since then because they're too heavy to carry, and all I'm doing nowadays is carrying mostly. But you can put all kinds of shit on it. I had a Venom on mine.
Why don't you carry a Shadow 2?
They're just too heavy. I conceal carry now, and it's a full-size handgun.
Oh, okay.
So I carry a CZ PO1.
Gotcha. What's
But
it
if,
like being,
you know,
what's it like being 5'4"?
Yeah. 5'4"? Oh no, I'm 5'11".
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I love you. Thanks for the suggestions. Although you abuse this channel, so if I'm close to banning you, so get the fuck out of here.
Oh, okay.
Bye. Love you. Okay, real quick, what do you want? Tier 5 subber. I don't know why I keep dragging all these freebies when they abuse the channel.
I was just wondering when we're actually gonna figure out why Epstein killed himself, or if it was the Clintons.
We're getting there. You're right. Okay, let me get through these links real quick and we'll get there, okay? I'm gonna skip this video
Alright,
just
thank
for
you.
Bye. An entitled fucking prick.
Entitled fucking
Links. What did we go
Rick.
through today? Me after 30 seconds of making out. Huh, especially with your mom.
Alright.
How I look staring at my OpGG for 3 hours after I end stream every day. I love how every tweet I've seen from Dante's GF is her and him, but every Dante's tweet is him giving a speech on how much LP he lost. Months ago, I almost died from heart failure. The pain of having to look into my family members' eyes and seeing them filled with sadness was brutal, but not as brutal as my loss streak yesterday. 100 LP, Masters wanted Diamond 2 in a single round, 19 hours, 29 games, 8 wins, 21 losses. Damn. What the fuck? Can't control who you are friends with. Oh. Who had decided to be friends with none of your business? If you see me palling around with Destiny, it's because he's my friend and you're not. So you don't get you say who I get to be friends with. Holy shit! I just had a fucking stroke. Can't control who you're friends with, but as a black man, I would not feel safe in anything Destiny's involved in. What? The fuck? Sound's video on the Houthis is terrible and full of lies. Oh, I believe you. But we're on Epstein right now. Okay. Jesus Christ. Holy effort post, bro. Oh my god. I have an upvote for that.
Holy effort post, bro.
Maybe we will read this later, actually. Texas blocking federal agents
Alright.
across the lines of border town.
Is blocking federal agents from processing migrants in a public area of Eagle Pass, just a mile away from the U.S.-Mexico border. The move is the latest escalation between the state and federal government over the nation's immigration policy. Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott deployed National Guard troops to the province. They are now preventing U.S. Border Patrol agents from entering and patrolling the area. The federal government previously used the space over migrants in a staging area to control border processing. CBS News immigration and political reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us now. Camilo, how is the state of Texas able to do this?
Anyway, this really is an extraordinary standoff. Texas and the Biden Constitution. Texas National Guard members like have been deployed by Governor Greg Abbott to take control of the public park in Eagle Pass. Texas Border Patrol has been holding migrants in staging area of the United States. Right now, Texas National Guard soldiers and vehicles are actively denying Border Patrol agents as well as federal National Guard members access to roughly 2.5 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border. According to federal officials before the CBS News, Border Patrol agents cannot access this area, delaying to process migrants, including those who may be in distress, who are experiencing a medical emergency, for example. They cannot patrol that area or conduct surveillance as well. These are, after all, federal responsibilities. In terms of the legality of these actions, that is still very much an open question. Governor Abbott has previously said that he has the authority to take sweeping actions to deter illegal crossings, but this is certainly delaying his most drastic move yet to challenge the Biden administration's authority on immigration.
Well, how is the White House responding to this?
Well, the White House actually issued a statement just recently, and I want to read that to our viewers and our audiences. The White House is accusing Governor Abbott of trying to interfere with immigration and border enforcement, saying that the governor is continuing his extreme political steps that not only seek to demonize and dehumanize people, but that makes it harder and more dangerous for border patrol to do their job. So this is clearly the latest escalation in the dispute between President Biden and Governor Abbott.
Fundamentally change immigration enforcement in the area. For the first time ever, our policy is 50 states that non-citizen unlawful presence in the United States will not by itself be the basis for the initiation of enforcement action. New York has said. What is your take on illegal immigration? I mean, I think illegal immigration is bad. I mean, I really should be against illegal immigration, but I think we should dramatically up the amount of illegal immigration we allow to the United States. Like, illegal immigration is bad because of security concerns, but like, they don't have a deleterious effect on the economy. They don't hurt native jobs or wages. Like, it's basically a boost for the country in almost every way. It would just be better if we could legalize it so that we could spend border enforcement dollars like enforcing important stuff at the border, not like trying to keep people out there just want to come here and fucking work with them. And you're part of the racist law. It's so stupid. But Republicans and Democrats will never agree on that.
Still waiting. Feel my wrath. I need more discipline.
Shift to work and immigration rules direct ICE agents to arrest migrants legally, non-citizens, generally exempt lived in the years from arrested records, criminally change immigration, enforcement, and material policies. Explicitly states that they're not just unlawful presence in the United States, initiation of enforcement. Oh, that's probably
not enough discipline.
I feel like this is just them talking shit. I don't think they're I doubt they changed this much. I don't think generally like ICE is going after like illegal immigrants if they think you're like an illegal in the United States, unless you're doing some other crime or some other purpose. I think that's probably been normal. That's probably been the case for like decades. We just don't know.
Not ready yet. Do you want more?
الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع ومن عن الحق يدافع. الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع ومن عن الحق يدافع. الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع.
The Justice Department specifically has also alerted the Supreme Court of these actions by Texas in the past, so we should expect a prolonged legal battle on this matter as well.
That was going to be my question. What does this signify about this fight? And who is responsible for the nation's immigration policy?
Well, Elaine, I think this really illustrates that government.
I am too low on discipline. Need more time.
Update on Shiro debate.
That was just a taste. The Rift Guardian is here.
Never was going to happen. So top secret government social experiment. PS next week 30 minutes for the debate with oh shit it's just today to mess with me. Consider the above cruel opener. Oh. I might have done that. As post payback.
I am returning to town.
Where are we at? What else? Oh, same thing. And then this.
The blood runs true. I could get accustomed to that.
I think there were like a couple strange things. Wasn't there, am I making this up, or was it just a fucking meme that I fell for? Wasn't there somebody that posted on Reddit saying like, I swear I'm not racist, but I feel like I hear Jews in my basement and my apartment building doesn't have any units beneath mine? Like a day or two before those tunnels got uncovered? Am I crazy? It was a Twitter post. It was fake. Was it fake? Oh, it was fake. Fuck.
Numbers were to remain steady, would now enter the United States. That means that aside from Title 42, which again was only in application temporarily, under Title 42, 565,000 people are turned away. All those people would now enter, which means a grand total of 365,000 people who are actually removed or departed voluntarily because, for example, they realized that they're going to be dinged on a criminal background check. Now, we get to the people who were added to the docket and what happened to the rest of them. So, of the people who were processed under Title 8, that was 1.9 million people, only 365,000 of those people were actually removed. Every other person entered the United States. All of them. That means that you are talking about, just from this chart alone, 2.4 million people in 2023 who entered the United States. The vast majority of those people are here illegally. They do not have asylum-protected status, refugee status. That refugee or asylum status has to be proved in a court of law. But those people have not proved anything in a court of law. Instead...
Wait, does he think that they're like, they've just entered and now they've got like free reign in the U.S.? 2.4 million people in 1 year? There's no shot that's true. I don't believe that. Maybe we'll dig into that more later. Okay, last link before we get back to our Epstein stuff.
It's kind of like, on my pod we have just my co-host, and then we have a producer who like runs the cameras and everything. Who's that? But the cameras are stable. Destiny. Is that your co-host? No. No, not at all. No, it's Will and... Destiny, is it? He's like an intellect...
Who is Adam Friedland? I see people bring this guy up all the time. And I mix him up with the Adam and Sitch. It's not that Adam, obviously, right?
Actual debater? I wouldn't say he's an
comedian and former Cumtown guy. Oh.
He's like an intellectual.
Aha! A fellow N-word enjoyer, I see. Hello, Adam.
No, it's Will and... He's like an intellectual debater. I wouldn't
But he's like,
say
but he's
I
moderate.
wouldn't say he's an intellectual.
He's a moderate, but his whole thing is that he's like, how about you come over and debate my ass? He's like, why don't you come?
Yeah.
Why don't you come down
No,
down
it's-
this ring and debate my
it's like,
ass?
I saw a thumbnail on Twitter, and I think it like perfectly explains like what he does. It was, I mean, he's insane. His subreddit will go crazy after this.
Really?
Now that you mention it, yeah, they like cyber stalk me.
They hate you.
Yeah, like
I don't know who he is, and I'm more on Destiny's side than Hassan's. I just want to say.
He is. I'm center left podcast.
I'm center left. Okay.
Yeah, no, for years, like he wrote like a manifesto about being able to say the N word as a white guy, and like debated
A
it.
manifesto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
A
straight
manifesto.
Straight up like a manifesto.
Maestro.
And then for years they were like, Hassan is friends with the guys on Cumtown, and they say the N word all the time. It's quite. It's like they always
They
look
say it all
for.
the time.
Yeah, all the time. They look for hypocrisy. Like that's their thing. They're like. Like, isn't that hypocritical?
Oh, those kind of guys.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
those.
Reddit. So it's just Reddit.
Oh yeah, no, it's the most Reddit person. But the thumbnail I saw was like a perfect example of how like what his content was like. No, not this. What is this? No, this is they're debating January 6th or something.
This isn't even my thumbnail, dog. The fuck?
Crassy Steam Brothers against Glenn Greenwald, Alex Jones, and
Is that real?
I don't even know who the
That looks so fire.
No,
You gotta go to that.
No, the thumbnail I saw on
I
Twitter
gotta
was
go
like
sell fake Molly in the parking lot for that.
yeah, the thumbnail I saw on Twitter was like debating my ex-wife on whether she was faithful.
That is
or
too
not.
expensive.
It was like that's like the perfect depiction of like the type of content, and it like everyone
Wait,
takes
is that
it.
real? Is that real?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, but like this fan base takes it so seriously.
Why does he just lie? I love how this is. I am making my way here, guys. We will do this. I want a fan base where I can just lie about shit. Just like, how many, 10, 15,000 people, or I guess it's a son, maybe 8 or 9,000 people watching now, are like just watching you lie in real time. Still lying.
Still
They're like,
lying.
this is like- this is
Fucking
exactly
Weasley little liar, dude.
Yeah, he would write like modern day Plato. Modern day Plato is reading Wikipedia pages and like debating.
Wait, it is the thumbnail August made? Oh, well, fuck you, August. If that is a thumbnail, though, that's super banger.
Faithfulness of his ex-wife after their public divorce.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I felt really bad for the guy that got caught with the porn in his tab of the deepfake.
Oh, Patreon.
Yeah, I felt really
He's
bad
actually.
for that.
It's
His
like
wife had me sitting there, and Nick and I watched that video like 10 times. That's kind of when I found out Twitch wasn't in video games. I was like, what is?
Wait, how long ago did this breakup even happen? No, it's a Twitter meme? Wait, did you guys troll me? Last night on Destiny. Oh, you guys are trolling
I thought
me.
it was video game. I was like, I thought Hassan was doing Nazi zombie Call of Duty for the kids.
No, there's definitely big A.
Man,
So
this
that's Atriot. He's actually
He's a nice guy.
He's actually a nice guy. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes nice guys do really fucked up shit. You know, he's atoned for it, I think.
Yeah.
But
Wife had
I'll tell you this much. Like, now that I brought him
But
up.
that's what I mean. It's just like the fact that his wife was sitting there, but it was an apology to the audience, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really an apology to his wife.
Well, it was also
it should be to the other lady and to his wife, right? Isn't it?
It was an apology to.
Oh hell no, they hate each other.
Say the N-word. What the fuck? Based?
It was a public apology to all the girls that were on the AI porn website.
To every single girl.
Well, kind of, yeah.
Do the whole list of every girl.
Is this my, like, gooning levitating pose? Destiny crashes panel confront lab in cabinet.
No, it was like
She removed me.
back
This
in
is not my name,
2020
it's
they
about
had an
someone else.
argument about Kamala Harris. And yeah. Hassan did this thing where he went on a rant talking about how he was a Weasley little liar and shit. That became a huge copy pasta meme. And they've been like knifing
guys
each other in
trolled
the
me.
back ever since.
Destiny reveals the flaws and ended his marriage. My god. Oof, that clickbait. Almost
I started out as a Hassan fan and never checked out Destiny because Hassan talked so much shit about him.
Loves is bad people, we should appeal to
But when I
censorship.
finally happened to come across Destiny,
Alright.
I was like, oh, he's not this monstrous piece of shit, he's actually much more intelligent than Hassan.
Welcome to the stream. We're now starting, for real. How come you watch a lot of those, like 70 to 100% of the way through? What? Watch what? On my channel? I'm probably, because everything is muted on this monitor, I'll probably open a video here and then read the comments and just play while I read the comments. Yes. Or I just watch myself. When girls come over, I make them watch old videos of me constantly. While I fuck them in the ass. In the mouth. How are you gonna just ignore Puggy Gups' 4,000 immigration sources, though? What my question was, here was my question. My question was, did anything meaningful change under Biden versus Trump in terms of immigration policy that would be causing like a migration crisis? That was my question. When I get like 50 different like news articles that are like, oh, like the ICE said this or blah blah blah, like I don't care that much. I'm just looking for like, was there like a huge policy change? Like what is the government doing meaningfully different? That's what I'm curious. Title 42 is not what we're talking about. Title 42 was only allowed the expulsion of migrants because of like COVID. That's not relevant. I think Biden even tried to use it again. I think the Supreme Court shot it down. So that's what I was looking for. Yeah, you have links to that. That's cool. But I don't just like random stories of like Texas is fighting the federal government on immigration. None of that is relevant. Like, yeah. You know, if you base Shapiro on Trump versus Biden immigration policy effects, you get absolutely destroyed. I don't know. We didn't get to immigration.
Come the
other shit.
fuck
It would have been
on,
fun to,
dude.
but
I'm adjusting the volume on my mic, dude.
I mean, it's not like Biden or it's not like Trump did shit on immigration, right? He didn't pass anything either. Like, his rhetoric will encourage more people to come. You know? I think illegal immigrants always come more under Democratic presidents.
Still waiting. Sweet revenge.
Wait, what is Pisco's opinion on this? That's
what awaits you.
Do the UFO conspiracies connect? No, that's so boring. Please. We're not doing like... I want to do politically relevant shit, not like Bigfoot flat earth shit.
Need more time. That was just a taste.
Biden. Border crisis is the worst in America. Senate Republican crisis. Who's policy?
Sweet revenge.
Okay, here we go. 4 pages. Under Joe Biden, America is facing the worst border crisis. President Biden's undermining our border security, immigration, and integrity of our immigration system. Biden's border policy creating a growing national security. Okay. Under Biden's immigration policies, illegal border crossings restored all-time highs.
Do you want more?
Anything. This says nothing. Biden administration has undermined and security of our immigration system. Biden created the border. Okay, the first 100 days obviously took more than 94 executive actions on immigration. Those included stopping the restriction on the border wall, all deportations for 100 days.
Not ready yet. I need you. Darkness awaits you.
The absolute fuck, bro.
To protect certain national groups already in the U.S. from deportation, what's significant was its March designation that Venezuelans were eligible for temporary status as for critical
is too low.
Were you just done with Israel Palestine? Sure, I'm assuming wants to. Turn ATBS for 90% resistance, legal challenge, block this from suspending new enrollments in migrant protection protocols, terminating asylum cooperation agreements.
Feel my wrath.
Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Wait, I thought he extended these. Control F. Asylum. Thought that there was a United States asylum
Bleed, you filth!
processing.
I'm in.
One in Honduras? Honduras. I thought we opened places where in a couple of 2022 years would open centers in countries like Colombia and Guatemala to different silencers. Did these actually open, or? They were open.
Your fear betrays you. The Rift Guardian is here.
Specifically, officer up and running in Guatemala, Colombia, and Costa Rica. That's over thousands, but the State Department agencies given no number on how many migrants have actually qualified for this. Prompt asylum case reviews for non-Mexican. Now he's going even further. Right now, the Biden administration is actively eliminating almost every tool in America to secure our border. Biden's new fiscal year 2023 budget proposes cutting border security funding. Biden budget increases non-defense spending by nearly $100 billion, while defense spending is also as legal border security as a cut from border security. What is the spending cut? What is the number from what to what? Why aren't any of these things listed? Why are these written so shittily? What are we cutting from what to what? Why not? Why wouldn't you just have the number written here? He's ending Title 42. I'm almost positive Title 42 got shut down by the Supreme Court because the COVID emergency was ended. Okay, I'll look at this later. This is I can't trust anything written by a Republican. I'm sorry, I have to read it myself. This is like the most dog shit fucking thing I've ever seen edited in my entire life, or written in my entire life. Okay. Okay. Shh. Epstein.
Yes.
Americans are angry about immigration. It's time to face a difficult fact, understand why it's happening, and deal with it. The image above is a cartoon released for 1850 by supporters of the Know Nothing Party, a short-lived American political party created to oppose immigration in the mid-1800s. The name is supposed to indicate that the party was a secret society. Now that its members are a bunch of fools, thoughts on the latter point is rather like. The Know Nothings represented one of America's periodic anti-immigrant backlashes. Others included the nativist backlash in the 1910s that led to the restrictive Johnson-Reed Act in 1924, 1990s. I think the U.S. is always an open, inviting, immigrant-friendly place. I think, again, usually it is. Every backlash so far has eventually faded, and a permissive immigration system has returned. Our leaders, from George Washington to Jefferson to LBJ and Ronald Reagan. Why does LBJ, why does the Lyndon fuck get his name abbreviated so much? Have almost always been a pro-immigrant bunch. Immigration is deeply ingrained. Unfortunately, now appears to be one of those times. Anti-immigration sentiment collapsed during the Trump years, but has come back roaring under Biden. And although Republicans, as you might expect, have driven much of that shift, you can see it among Democrats as well. 90% of them say immigration should be decreased, compared to only 12% who say it should be increased.
Alright. More Diablo 3 tomorrow, possibly Bloodborne, possibly Lies of P.
Issue 2, along with the economy,
Thanks to everybody who stopped by. I need to grab some Z's. Everybody have a good week coming up. Peace and love. Later.